Story 1. At least mom's new husband isn't a broke loser like you, my son said loudly, mocking the Impala I built for him. So I showed him what broke looks like. All right, Reddit, this happened months ago. I'm a mechanical engineer and a divorced dad trying to navigate the show that is modern parenting when your ex thinks she struck gold. My 17-year-old son disrespected me after I treated him to dinner and built him a '67 Impala. Kid wanted a Tesla, said the Impala would embarrass him. Then he started comparing me to his stepdad. So I gave him a reality check. Ain't raising a spoiled brat. Here's what went down. 2 years ago, Amanda decided I, 47 male, wasn't cutting it financially. She told me I lacked vision and ambition. We've got joint custody of Connor, who's 17, and apparently thinks he's living in a Drake video now. Amanda bounced back fast, married this crypto dude, Chad, about a year later. Guy's 35, drives a leased Model S, wears $200 hoodies to parent-teacher conferences like he's some Silicon Valley hotshot. I make $85,000 as a senior mechanical engineer, own my house free and clear, bought it after the 2008 crash when everyone panicked, and my 401k could fund 2 retirements. Connor doesn't know about the sacrifices I made after the divorce. Could have got myself a bachelor pad downtown, but instead bought a house in the best school district my budget could handle. That meant 90 extra minutes commuting daily and eating ramen while stretching that mortgage payment. The overtime I worked for Connor's activities would make your head spin. Travel baseball at 14 cost $3,000 registration, plus $2,000 for gear, hotels, gas, driving all over Texas every weekend. I picked up consulting work and missed my buddy's bachelor party in Vegas just to cover it. Amanda acted like this was standard dad duty. Here's what still makes my eyes twitch. I sold my mint 1969 Camaro SS to pay for Connor's appendectomy when Amanda's insurance played games with the claim. That car was worth $35,000 and was my retirement project. Could have fought insurance for months while my kid suffered, or handle it myself. Easy choice, but I miss that Camaro every day. I started restoring a 1967 Impala SS I found rusting in some farmer's barn, about $15,000 and 3 years deep, and it's becoming something beautiful. My older brother Matt and I co-own the garage where we do all our restoration work. Guy's been my business partner since we bought the place 5 years ago. Matt's the type who calls it like he sees it, no filter, and he's been watching this whole drama unfold with Connor. The garage itself is our sanctuary, 3,000 square feet of organized chaos. We've got a full machine shop in the back with a Bridgeport mill and South Bend lathe that can fabricate anything you need. Connor used to love helping. Kid could identify engine sounds by ear at 12, new torque specs for common bolts by 14. We'd spend Saturdays in the garage, and he'd brag to friends about building a real muscle car with Pops. The Impala was supposed to be his graduation present, something we built together from rust bucket to showpiece. By 15, Connor could rebuild a Rochester Quadrajet carburetor, understood gear ratios and final drive calculations, knew why you run different viscosity oil in summer versus winter. We were planning to swap in a rebuilt 396 big block we'd been collecting parts for over 2 years. Those were good times. Before Amanda started her campaign, Matt noticed the change in Connor before I did. Kids started showing up to the garage, talking about Tesla's superior engineering, and asking why we bothered with outdated technology. Your boy's been drinking some expensive Kool-Aid, Matt warned me one day. Kid used to get excited about a clean valve cover. Now he's asking why we don't just buy electric. The change was subtle at first. Connor would still help, but he'd make comments about how electric motors were more efficient, and how internal combustion engines were basically 1800s technology. Kids started wearing designer streetwear to the garage instead of work clothes, afraid to get dirt on his expensive T-shirts. Amanda started subtle. Woman's got a PhD in passive-aggressive manipulation. Little comments during pickup, designed to cut deep but sound innocent. Connor, shower when you get to Chad's, you smell like motor oil. And well, so nice. Connor finally has a proper male role model, someone who actually achieves things. Chad was explaining how successful men think differently. Fascinating psychology. She was glowing every time she delivered these shots. She'd gotten her upgrade and wanted everyone to know it. Amanda went full social media warrior. Instagram stories daily of expensive dinners, weekend trips to Dallas and Austin, captions like, "Finally living my best life," and "Grateful for a partner who understands success," broadcasting to our social circle that she'd traded up from her boring engineer ex. Matt took one look at her page and muttered, "She's out here hashtagging success like it's a personality trait. Bet she thinks filters can cover debt." He wasn't wrong. Connor started returning different, gradual, like rust spreading. "Chad's car drives itself, Dad. Your Impala doesn't even have backup cameras. Chad says mechanical engineering is getting automated. AI is going to replace most of that." Chad took us to this steakhouse where they dry-aged beef for 60 days. He said successful people don't stress about money when taking care of family. Amanda would smirk during these exchanges, watching her programming take effect. Matt saw one of her posts and said, "She's one pyramid scheme away from selling shampoo in people's DMs. She was turning my kid into a messenger." Connor would casually drop information about Chad's portfolio performance and his multiple revenue streams. Kid was parroting crypto bro talking points without understanding any of it. Chad talks like he read half a Gary Vee quote and passed out from self-confidence. When Connor first compared me directly to Chad, I shut it down. "Connor, Chad's not your father. I am. You can respect what he does without disrespecting me." Clear. He backed off temporarily, but Amanda kept working. She knew exactly what I'd sacrificed, but was rewriting history to make me look like a loser compared to her crypto prince. At Connor's baseball games, she'd make comments loud enough for other parents to hear about how some fathers prioritize their hobbies over providing for their children. The manipulation got more targeted. She started scheduling Connor's time to minimize our garage sessions. Suddenly, he had study groups every Saturday, or Chad was taking him to networking events where successful men shared business insights with younger generations. When Connor hit 16 last year, Amanda orchestrated this production around getting him wheels, brought it up at his birthday dinner, which I was paying for. Connor, Chad, and I discussed transportation for junior year. We're thinking something reliable and appropriate. Maybe a BMW 3 Series or Audi A3, something that makes the right impression. Connor's face lit up, Amanda watching my reaction. She knew I couldn't afford luxury for a teenager and was setting me up to look cheap. I offered Connor the Impala once restoration finished. Kid's face dropped like I'd offered a horse and buggy. Amanda actually laughed. "Connor needs something that won't embarrass him at school." The disrespect was casual, comfortable. She was treating me like Connor's broke uncle instead of his father. Connor just sat there, nodding along. Connor's got two options: drive the classic muscle car his father restored or save for his own ride. Amanda jumped in. "That hardly seems fair. Connor shouldn't choose between no transportation and a project car that might not be reliable." Connor chose option 3, crying to Mama about his unreasonable father. The kid who used to understand that reliability comes from proper maintenance and quality work was now worried about being seen in anything that wasn't badge-engineered status. Amanda called that night, trying again. "I understand your budget constraints, but Connor's social development matters." Chad offered to help because he genuinely cares about Connor's future. I told her Connor would be lucky to drive that Impala. If she wanted him in something newer, she could write the check. That's exactly the limited thinking that held our marriage back. Thank God Connor has Chad to show him actual success. She had Connor convinced that driving a classic muscle car would somehow damage his social standing when most gearheads would kill for a numbers matching 67. 2 weeks later, Connor called with amazing news. Chad would have used BMW if I handled monthly payments. When I said absolutely not, Connor got that bratty teenager attitude. "Why can't you be more like Chad? He gets what young people need. Mom says you're just bitter because Chad makes more than you ever will." Wrong thing to say. I sat Connor down for an economics education, but not before Matt overheard the conversation from the garage office. He came out, wiping his hands on a shop rag, shaking his head. "Co-signing for a spoiled kid's BMW. That's some next-level stupidity right there," Matt said, looking directly at Connor. "Your stepdad's about to learn what happens when crypto bros meet reality. Kid, you want a car? Earn it." Your dad's offering you a genuine classic that'll be worth twice what any BMW depreciates to. Connor shifted uncomfortably. Matt had this way of cutting through BS that made people squirm. He pulled out his phone and showed Connor completed listings on Bring a Trailer. Look here, smartass. This 67 Impala SS sold for $42,000 last month. Your precious BMW 3 Series, 5 years old with 60,000 miles, worth maybe $18,000 and dropping fast. Connor tried arguing. Chad was generational wealth through cryptocurrency investments. I asked if Chad showed him portfolio statements or if he was repeating sales pitches. Connor went quite fast. Matt just shook his head and went back to work, muttering about kids who couldn't tell the difference between assets and liabilities. If Chad had a dime for every buzzword he dropped, he still couldn't cover a tire rotation, Matt added, reaching for a wrench. Son, Chad's 35 and rents a room. I'm 47, own my house free and clear, zero debt except my mortgage. Chad talks crypto gains while I've got actual money earning actual interest in actual banks. You think flashy spending equals wealth, but you need to learn the difference between looking rich and being rich. The lecture wasn't sinking in. Connor was too deep in Amanda and Chad's programming to see reality. The breaking point came at Morton's, a place that charges $60 for beef. Connor had been mostly respectful through dinner, but something shifted around dessert. Started getting this attitude, making little comments about the restaurant being actually nice for once. Then he launched into this speech about Chad planning spring break in Hawaii for their family unit. I asked who was covering this Hawaiian vacation. Connor got defensive, like I was being unreasonable asking about finances. Chad's handling it as an investment in family experiences, unlike some people who think Applebee's is fine dining. The Applebee's comment was pure Amanda. I put my fork down. Excuse me. Connor doubled down, voice getting louder. Other tables started looking over. He was channeling Amanda's condescending energy perfectly. Dad, you're completely stuck in the past. Chad understands what young people actually need. You want to keep me trapped in your little bubble, working on old cars and shopping at Walmart like we're poverty level. He kept going, voice rising with each sentence. You act like fixing up some rusty old car is this amazing gift, but everybody at school thinks classic cars are just for old guys who can't afford new ones. Chad gets that image matters. That perception is reality in the modern world. The privilege was staggering. Here was my kid, sitting in a restaurant that cost more than most families spend on groceries in a month, wearing clothes I bought, criticizing me for not spending enough money on him. At least Mom found someone who isn't a complete failure. Dead silence. Connor had this smirk, thinking he'd just delivered a badass mic drop. The server appeared at exactly the wrong moment, asking if we wanted more drinks. I signaled for the check instead, paid in cash, left 25% because the server didn't deserve family drama, and told Connor we were leaving. The drive home was silent, except for engine noise and Connor shifting like he was realizing he'd crossed an uncrossable line. At my house, I told him to pack. He was going back to his mother's early. Dad, come on, I didn't mean it like that. Connor, you called me a failure in public after I took you to a $200 dinner, while I pay for your phone, clothes, insurance, and everything else you need. Clearly, you don't need anything from a failure like me. Drove Connor straight to Amanda's. When she asked why he was back early, I explained exactly what happened. Amanda tried brushing it off as normal teenage drama, but I shut that down. Amanda, your son publicly disrespected me while I was treating him to dinner. If that's the behavior you're encouraging, he can stay there until he learns basic manners. Her response was pure venom. Maybe Connor's tired of pretending his father is something he's not. Children see through fake success eventually. The irony was thick enough to cut with a knife. Monday morning, I made calls. First, Verizon. Suspended Connor's line on my family plan. Kid had been racking up 150+ monthly bills, downloading games and streaming videos. Second, Connor's school. Removed myself as emergency contact and authorized pickup person. Third, the bank. Canceled his emergency Visa card that he'd been using for daily Starbucks runs and Uber Eats orders. Fourth call went to my insurance agent. Removed Connor from my auto policy. If Chad wanted to play daddy, he could handle the $300 monthly premium for insuring a teenage driver. I wasn't cutting necessities. Connor had food, shelter, transportation at his mother's, but the extras from Dad, gone. Connor's phone died by noon Monday. Amanda called that evening, losing her mind. "What did you do to Connor's phone? He's having a complete meltdown." I explained that Connor made it clear he doesn't respect or need me, so I removed myself from his support system. If Chad's such an amazing provider, he can prove it with his wallet. You can't abandon your son over one argument. I'm not abandoning anyone. Connor's got whatever he needs at your place. He just doesn't get perks from having a father he respects. Tuesday brought panicked calls. Connor's credit card got declined buying lunch, had to eat cafeteria food instead of the $15 sandwich shop he was used to. His phone was dead, so he couldn't call Uber when baseball practice ran late. Had to catch the bus like a regular human being. Wednesday, she called with Chad on speaker. This was going to be good. Chad's voice came through, cocky as hell. "Listen, man, Connor doesn't need a father like you anyway. Kid needs someone who can actually provide and show him real success. Is that right? Damn straight. I've already ordered Connor an iPhone 15 Pro and got him on my plan. Kid's getting an allowance that's probably more than you spend on groceries. Connor doesn't need your little games." Amanda was practically purring. "Chad's right. Connor deserves better than your petty power trips." I told Chad he was welcome to be Connor's sugar daddy if it made him feel important. "Let's see how long your crypto gains hold up when you're actually spending real money instead of talking about it. Money's not an issue for me, buddy, unlike some people. We'll see about that, Chad." But before Chad's money ran out, Connor got a taste of what being broke actually looked like. Week 1, without my support, hit different than expected. Kid found out real quick what happens when the safety net disappears. First reality check came Thursday, when Connor's friend Jake offered to drive everyone to this party. Connor couldn't pitch in for gas because his card was dead, and he had exactly $3 in cash. Jake made jokes about Connor's broke phase in front of their whole friend group. Connor had to sit there and take it. Friday was worse. Baseball practice ended late and Connor had no ride. Tried borrowing phones to call Chad or Amanda, but Chad was in meetings and Amanda was at work. He waited 2 hours for the late bus, sitting alone on the school steps like some freshman nobody. His teammates saw him there when their parents picked them up. Weekend brought more humiliation. Connor's crew wanted to hit the mall Saturday, but he couldn't even afford food court lunch. Had to watch his friends spend money while he nursed a single pretzel for 3 hours. When they went to GameStop, Connor had to admit he couldn't buy the new NBA 2K everyone was getting. Kid was learning that actions have consequences, and some bridges burn fast when you disrespect the person paying for everything. Next month, Chad went full showboat. Connor got that iPhone, designer clothes, daily Tesla rides to school. Chad posted Instagram stories of expensive restaurants, captions like, "Real men step up when other ones fail," and teaching young men about actual success. Connor stopped contacting me completely. Amanda was posting pictures of her boys at sporting events, shopping trips, weekend getaways. She was announcing to the world she'd successfully replaced me as Connor's father figure. 3 weeks in, Chad made a show of taking Connor suit shopping, posted pictures at Men's Warehouse, Connor in a $400 suit, captioned about investing in a young man's future. The comments were pure cringe. Amanda's friends praising Chad for stepping up where I had failed, but cracks started showing around week 4. Connor's Instagram still showed expensive meals and Tesla rides, but Chad's posts about their adventures suddenly dropped off. Amanda's social media went quieter, too. Matt caught wind of this through his network of gearheads. Turns out one of his buddies works at the Tesla dealership, where Chad leased his Model S according to insider information. Chad had been making minimum payments and was already behind by 2 months. "Your boy's sugar daddy is leveraged up to his eyeballs," Matt reported during one of our evening garage sessions. "Guy's living on credit and crypto gains that don't exist. When reality hits, it's going to be epic." Then Connor called, using Amanda's phone one evening. Voice different, less cocky, more confused. "Hey Dad, can I ask something? Chad's been acting weird." He paid for all this stuff the first few weeks, but now when Mom asks him to cover things, he gets irritated. What kind of things? Like my car insurance payment was due, and Mom asked Chad to handle it since he said money wasn't an issue. But he went off about expensive teenage drivers and maybe I should ride the bus more. What else? He used to drive me to school every morning, but now says it's out of his way and I should catch rides. When Mom suggested another shopping trip, Chad said I had enough clothes. So Chad's sugar daddy routine was getting expensive and his crypto portfolio wasn't covering the bills. Connor, how much money do you think Chad's actually spent on you this month? Kid went quiet, probably doing math. Maybe like $2,000. The phone, clothes, dinners, that suit. And he's been bragging about being successful enough to handle all your expenses. Yeah, but lately he keeps talking about market volatility and liquidity issues when Mom brings up money stuff. Kid was connecting dots. Dad, I heard Chad on the phone yesterday about his car payment. Sounded like he was asking for an extension. Shocker. Hey, I know you're still mad at me, but… Shut up, Connor. Okay. Chad was learning that being a father figure involves consistent expenses, not just occasional grand gestures. The Instagram lifestyle was expensive when you actually had to pay for it, instead of just posing for pictures. Connor also told me he heard his mom and Chad arguing yesterday about budgeting, and Chad said stuff about unexpected expenses. Around the same time Chad's money started drying up, Amanda faced her own reality check. She'd been telling everyone at her office about her successful husband, showing off expensive gifts and vacation photos like some corporate influencer. Things went sideways when Amanda's supervisor pulled her aside about a promotion opportunity. Big client needed someone to manage their portfolio, and Amanda had been talking up Chad's financial expertise for months. Since your husband's so successful in investments, maybe he could consult on the Richardson project. Clients looking for fresh perspectives on crypto integration. She froze. She'd painted Chad as this financial guru, but couldn't risk her boss discovering he was broke, had to make excuses about Chad being too busy with current commitments to take on new clients. Word spread fast in Amanda's office. People started asking why Chad wouldn't help with such a lucrative opportunity. Amanda's carefully constructed image began crumbling when she couldn't produce her supposed crypto expert for actual work. 6 weeks into this drama, Connor showed up at the garage unannounced on a Saturday. I was balancing the books in the office while Matt worked under the hood of a '73 Chevelle. Connor looked stressed. Dad, things are getting really weird. Chad's acting totally different and Mom's frustrated with him. How does that concern me, kid? I replied. Dad, please. Matt slid out from under the hood, wiping his hands. Let me guess. Crypto Prince running out of fake money. Different. How? I asked Connor. Remember how he was buying me stuff and taking me places? Now when Mom asks him to pay for anything, he gets snippy. Yesterday she asked him to cover my dentist appointment, and he went off about expensive dental work. Matt snorted. Told you Instagram ain't a resume, kid. Guy was all flash, no cash. Also, Chad's Tesla actually got repossessed last week. He told Mom it was temporary financial restructuring, but I saw repo guys take it at 6 o'clock a.m. Now he's driving this beat-up car that belongs to his roommate. Matt nodded like he expected it. Tesla went back to Elon's toy chest. Guess reality's electric too. Then he looked up from the Chevelle. So let me get this straight. Mr. Success lost his car and can't afford to keep spoiling you anymore. Connor nodded, looking embarrassed. The kid was finally seeing Chad for what he really was, a broke poser who'd been living beyond his means to impress people. Kid, your dad saw through this clown from day one. Maybe next time listen to people who actually know what they're talking about. Chad's whole lifestyle was performance. Now that he'd committed to supporting Connor financially, cracks were showing everywhere. The expensive dinner stopped, the shopping trips ended, and Chad started making excuses about why Connor couldn't come around certain days. But here's the really messed up part. Last night Chad and Mom had this huge fight, and Chad said stuff that really bothered me. What kind of stuff? Connor's voice dropped, like he was making sure Amanda couldn't hear. Mom was asking Chad to help with my car insurance again, and he lost it, started yelling about how he's not responsible for someone else's brat, and Mom needs to figure out her own financial problems. He said he never signed up to be a father to some other guy's kid, and spending money on me was throwing good money after bad because I'd probably end up a failure like you. Matt straightened up and threw his wrench down. That piece of garbage said, "What now?" My blood was boiling, but I kept calm. "And what do you think about all this?" "Honestly, I feel like an idiot. Chad was never trying to be my stepdad, he was just trying to prove he was better than you. Now that it's costing real money, he doesn't want anything to do with me," he continued. "Mom's been crying a lot, keeps apologizing about Chad, saying she didn't know he was like this." Matt grabbed a drink from the garage fridge and popped it open. "Kid, your mom chose flash over substance. Happens all the time. What do you want, Connor?" Long pause. "I want to come home, like actually home. I'm tired of being caught in Mom and Chad's drama, and I miss working on the Impala with you." Matt smiled for the first time all day. "About damn time. First time Connor called my house home since the divorce." The kid was finally ready to admit he'd made a mistake choosing sides based on who spent more money on him. "I also owe you a huge apology. I know I said awful things at that restaurant, and I've been thinking about it every day. You've always been there for me, and I acted like a spoiled brat because Mom and Chad were filling my head with garbage. I told him he could come over that weekend and we'd talk, but before that happened, Connor proved he was ready to change in a way that actually meant something. Tuesday night, he called me from school. Kid had stayed after for baseball practice, and Chad was supposed to pick him up. 2 hours late, no response to texts. He was stranded again. "Dad, I know things are weird between us, but could you maybe give me a ride? I tried calling Mom, but she's not answering either." Found him sitting on the school steps, same spot where he'd waited for the bus weeks earlier, but this time was different. Kid looked genuinely grateful when I pulled up. On the drive to Amanda's, he tried to start a conversation. "You know what's crazy? Those guys were making fun of me for getting picked up by my dad instead of getting the Tesla treatment. But I realized something today." "What's that?" "You dropped everything to come get me. Chad would have made excuses and left me sitting there all night." Kid was finally understanding. We were almost to Amanda's when Connor asked if he could visit the garage Saturday. Not to ask for anything or make excuses, just to work on the Impala if you'll let me. Saturday morning, he showed up in work clothes instead of designer gear. Kid spent 4 hours helping me rebuild the transmission, getting his hands dirty like old times, didn't complain once about missing whatever social event his friends were hitting. Around lunch, his phone buzzed with texts from his crew asking where he was. Kid glanced at the messages and turned the phone face down. "You don't need to skip hanging with friends for this," I told him. "Dad, I've been chasing fake friends while ignoring real family. These guys only wanted to hang when I had money to spend. You and Uncle Matt are here whether I deserve it or not." Matt looked up from the engine bay, wiping grease off a socket wrench. "Kid's finally learning. Better late than never." That afternoon, something happened that showed Connor was really changing. His friend Jake called, asking if Connor wanted to hit the mall. Said his older brother could drive if Connor pitched in for gas. "Can't today, man. Working on a project with my dad." Jake started giving Connor grief about wasting weekends in a greasy garage when he could be doing normal stuff. Connor's response surprised me. "Jake, have you ever built anything with your hands? Like actually creating something instead of just buying it? Dude, that's what stores are for. Why would I build something when I can just get it? Because when you build it yourself, you understand how it works. My dad's teaching me skills that'll matter when your dad's credit cards get maxed out." Kid hung up and went back to work like nothing happened. But I heard him defend, not just the garage, but the lessons I'd tried teaching him. When he showed up the following weekend, he looked different, more mature, less entitled. We worked on the Impala for hours, and it was like old times. Chad's basically moved out, staying at his roommate's place most nights, only comes around to get stuff. Mom keeps calling, trying to work things out, but he's done with both of us. "How's your mom handling it?" "Not great. She's embarrassed because all her friends saw her bragging about Chad on social media, and now everyone knows he dumped her. She's been asking about me moving back with you, but I think she's too proud to admit she screwed up. Her LinkedIn still says crypto strategist's wife. That's got to sting every time she opens a spreadsheet." Connor spent the whole weekend at my house. By Sunday night, neither of us wanted him to leave. Dad, would it be weird if I wanted to live here full-time, not just visits, but actually move back? I told him it wouldn't be weird at all. It would be the best thing that happened to me in years. 3 months later, Connor's living with me full-time, and it's like having my actual son back. Custody arrangement is officially changed. Connor requested it through the school counselor. Amanda didn't contest it. Hard to argue when your kid wants to live with the parent who gives a damn. Connor drives the Impala to school daily and treats it like the treasure it is. Gets more compliments than his friends with their hand-me-down Priuses. Connor learned the difference between earning respect and demanding it. Works part-time at AutoZone. Pays his own gas and insurance. Never asks for money without offering to work for it. Matt treats him like the nephew he is. Tough love mixed with genuine pride. Kid finally pulled his head out of Chad's rear bumper. Matt announced when Connor started showing up regularly again. We finished the Impala's engine rebuild together. The 396 big block with a mild cam, Edelbrock intake, and Holley double pumper makes about 425 horsepower. Connor did most of the assembly work himself, torquing rod bolts to spec and setting ring gaps by hand. Kid remembered everything I taught him before Chad poisoned his mind. He also started a YouTube channel about classic car restoration that's taking off. Matt appears in some videos, usually making fun of modern cars, while Connor explains engine rebuilds. Their chemistry is perfect. Uncle Matt, what do you think about electric vehicles? I think they're great for people who don't understand real horsepower. Matt deadpanned into the camera. Also, perfect for guys who lease Teslas to impress teenagers. Connor's subscriber count jumped after that video. Comment section was full of gearheads praising Matt's honesty and Connor's technical knowledge. The kids built a following of car enthusiasts who appreciate authentic content over manufactured flash. Amanda's now working 2 jobs to cover the rent Chad left her with. Crypto Prince had been using her credit cards to maintain his lifestyle, running up $15,000 in debt before disappearing. She discovered this when Chad's roommate called looking for unpaid rent. Apparently, Chad had been subletting a room and lying about having his own place. The credit card debt was just the beginning. Chad had convinced Amanda to invest her savings in his cryptocurrency portfolio, promising guaranteed returns. When his fake gains evaporated, so did Amanda's emergency fund. She went from thinking she'd married up to being financially ruined in 6 months. She tried calling me a few weeks ago, voice completely broken, asking if Connor might want dinner with her. He's avoiding me completely, won't answer texts, doesn't want to visit. I know I screwed up, but he's still my son. I told her Connor's old enough to make his own decisions about relationships, and maybe she should focus on why he chose to live with his failure father. She tried reaching out to Connor directly last month, showing up at his AutoZone. Connor texted me immediately. Mom showed up at work trying to apologize again, told her I needed time to think about whether I want her in my life. She started crying in the parking lot. I asked how he felt about that. Honestly, Dad, I feel bad for her, but I'm also angry. She chose Chad over me and you. She knew he was talking trash about you and she encouraged it. Now that it blew up, she wants forgiveness. Smart kids got solid judgment. He's not being cruel, just protecting himself from more manipulation. Connor's new friends love coming over to work on cars. My garage became the neighborhood hangout, with teenagers learning to change oil, replace brake pads, understand how engines work. Connor's the teacher now, sharing everything I taught him. Matt supervises with his usual commentary. Half these kids can't even check tire pressure, but they think they're going to be influencers, Matt observed, watching Connor teach his buddy how to gap spark plugs. At least your boy's learning real skills. Last week brought the perfect ending to Chad's story. Connor came home with news that made my month. Dad, Uncle Matt, guess who's working at Subway in the mall food court? Matt looked up from the transmission he was rebuilding. Please tell me it's who I think it is. Chad had gone from fake crypto entrepreneur to sandwich artist. Connor's classmate took a picture and sent it around school. Guy who used to lecture me about success was asking if people wanted extra pickles. Funniest part was he pretended not to recognize me when I walked by with friends, just kept his head down making sandwiches like we'd never met. Matt burst out laughing. From Tesla to turkey subs, that's some quality karma right there. The fall was spectacular. Chad's crypto investments turned out to be mostly Ponzi schemes and pump and dump scams. When the market crashed, he lost everything he'd borrowed against. The expensive apartment, the designer clothes, all gone when the credit cards maxed out. Chad's social media accounts are gone. His crypto meetup dissolved after members discovered he'd been lying about everything. Amanda dumped him when she realized he was broke and working food service. Connor doesn't think about Chad anymore. When people ask about his mom's ex, he says, some loser who thought he could buy respect with money he didn't have. The kids moved on completely, focused on building his own future instead of dwelling on the past. Amanda's stuck wanting stability now, but still judging men by earning potential instead of character. She learned nothing from the Chad disaster, still believes she deserves better than regular working guys who actually have their lives together. Connor's graduating in 2 months, accepted to Texas A&M for mechanical engineering, paying his own way with money saved from work, YouTube revenue, and a scholarship he earned for a project about electric vehicle conversions. Kid's got a solid plan that doesn't involve anyone else's money. The scholarship project was brilliant. Connor designed a conversion kit for classic muscle cars, combining vintage aesthetics with modern electric drivetrains. Judges were impressed by his technical knowledge and business plan. He's already got potential investors interested in licensing his design. Kid's gonna be a better engineer than both of us, Matt told me last week, watching Connor explain torque specifications to his YouTube audience. Connor's got character now, something money can't buy. Most importantly, Connor and I have a relationship based on mutual respect instead of him tolerating me for financial support. He genuinely wants to spend time with his old man, learn skills, build things together. The kid who called me a broke failure now brags about his dad, who saw through every fake person from day one and taught him real success comes from character, not credit cards. And that's living proof that sometimes the best thing you can do as a parent is hold your ground when it matters most, even if it means watching your kid learn hard lessons along the way. As Matt put it, kid went from crypto bro groupie to actual mechanic. Gotta say, that's the best character development I've seen since Chad went from Tesla to please hold the mayo. Story 2, my date last night ended before it even started. We walked out of the restaurant and before getting into my car she asked, is this a rental? Because if it is, I'm not wasting my time. I didn't get angry or defend myself. I just looked at her, smiled, said goodbye and drove off alone, leaving her standing on the curb. It was a simple, quiet decision. The next morning my phone had blown up. The screen showed 21 missed calls, all from her number, starting around midnight and getting more frequent toward dawn. There were texts too. The first few were arrogant, demanding to know what my problem was. Then they turned confused, asking if I was okay. The last dozen were pure panic, a stream of apologies and pleas, messages begging for another chance. I read them all without feeling much of anything except tired. I made coffee and started my day. Her name is Jenna. We've been seeing each other for about 2 months and the red flags were there all along. I just chose to ignore them. She always commented on what other people were wearing, the cars they drove, the neighborhoods they lived in. It wasn't just observation. It was judgment, a constant sizing up of everyone around her. My friends noticed it. My sister Carla flat out told me Jenna was a user, but I figured she was just being protective. The car, for the record, is a 3-year-old Lexus. It's not flashy, but it's clean, reliable, and fully paid off. It's mine. The idea that she would mistake it for a rental or that it would matter either way was the final straw. It wasn't about the car. It was about the cold, transactional way she saw the world and me. A little backstory you need to know. Jenna lives in an apartment building my family owns. It's not some big corporate holding. It's a small 6-unit building my grandfather bought decades ago. We don't manage it ourselves anymore. We have a property manager, Mr. Henderson, a retired cop who knew my grandpa. He handles everything and he's as no-nonsense as they come. When Jenna was looking for a place, I pulled some strings. I asked Mr. Henderson to give her the friends and family rate, which knocked about $400 off the monthly market price. It was a verbal agreement, an informal favor. It wasn't written into her standard 1-year lease. After deleting all her calls and texts, I found the email Mr. Taft. Henderson said me when she first moved in with a scanned copy of her signed lease attached. I spent about 10 minutes reading through the standard clauses. Then I called him. "Mr. Henderson," I said, "it's Mark. Got a minute? For you always," he grumbled. I could hear the TV on in the background, probably a morning news show. "What's the issue? Don't tell me that girlfriend of yours is complaining about the water pressure again." "Actually, it's about her," I said. "We're no longer seeing each other. I need you to do something for me. I need you to bring her rent up to the phone. A full market rate effective at the earliest possible date according to her lease." There was a pause. "Everything all right, kid?" His tone softened a bit. He'd known me since I was a boy. "Everything's fine," I said, "just cleaning up a loose end." The discount was a personal favor and it's over. "Okay," he said, all business again. "Lease says we need to give 30 days that written notice for any rent adjustments. I'll type up the notice today. It'll cite Section 4B of the rental agreement, rent and other charges, which allows for adjustments to non-fixed concessions with proper notification. It's boilerplate, but it's ironclad. I'll date it today, September 9th, and post it on her door this afternoon. Her rent goes up starting November 1st. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. I appreciate it." "Don't mention it," he said. "I never liked her anyway. Always acted like she was doing me a favor by paying her rent, which I might add was late twice." I filed that little detail away. He hung up and I felt the first real sense of relief. It was a small, clean action, a problem identified, a solution executed. The rest of the day was quiet. I went to work, came home, and made dinner. Around 7 p.m. my phone buzzed. It was a text from Jenna. "You've got to be kidding me, a rent increase? Seriously?" I didn't reply. A minute later, another one. "This is because of last night, isn't it? You're doing this to punish me. This is insane." Another one a few seconds later. "My landlord said the building owners authorized it. That's you. You're a vindictive child. I kept watching my movie." My phone buzzed again with a call. I let it go to voicemail. The message she left was a minute of pure, unfiltered rage. Her voice was shrill, accusing me of being petty and cruel. She said she couldn't afford the extra $400 a month and that I was trying to make her homeless. It was all very dramatic. I listened to it, then deleted it. The silence in my apartment felt good. The next phase of this mess involved our mutual friends. A guy named Dave had introduced us. We were all part of a larger group that got together for trivia nights or weekend barbecues. My phone started buzzing again on Thursday, 2 days after the date. It was a text from Dave. "Hey man, what happened with Jenna? She's blowing up the group chat saying you went psycho on her." I sighed. I knew this was coming. I texted back. "I didn't go psycho. I ended a date with her, that's it. Ask her why." Dave replied, "She's saying you abandoned her in a bad neighborhood at night and have been harassing her landlord." The lies were so predictable. Harassing her landlord. "Dave, Mr. Henderson is 70 years old and used to change my diapers. He's family and I didn't abandon her. I left her on the curb of a 5-star restaurant in the safest part of the city after she insulted me." "What did she say?" he asked. I decided to be direct. I typed out the line word for word. "She asked me if my car was a rental because if it was, she wasn't going to waste her time." Dave's reply took a few minutes. "Oh wow, okay, that's bad." Jenna, meanwhile, was playing the victim in the group chat, a conversation I wasn't even in, according to a couple of screenshots another friend, Sarah, sent me. Jenna was telling everyone I had a temper, that I was unstable, and that I'd maliciously gotten her rent raised out of spite. She was painting a picture of a woman scorned by a lunatic. Sarah texted me, "Mark, you need to defend yourself. People are starting to believe her." I thought about it for a minute. Arguing in a group chat was pointless. It would just be my word against hers, and she was clearly better at playing the drama game. I needed something simple, something undeniable. I went back to my call log from Monday morning. I took a single clean screenshot. It showed the top of the call list. 21 calls, all from Jenna, between 12:08 a.m. and 7:45 a.m. It was a wall of desperation. I sent the screenshot to Sarah. "Can you add me to the chat for a minute?" She did. I waited for a moment when the conversation had a brief lull. Then I posted the screenshot. I didn't add any text, no explanation, no snarky comment, just the image. The chat went silent for a full 2 minutes. Then a message from a friend named Kevin. "Whoa, 21 missed calls." Another from Dave. That's not the vibe of someone who was abandoned and scared. Jenna immediately started typing, a flurry of excuses. He's twisting things. I was worried about him. I thought something had happened. He wasn't answering his phone. But the damage was done. Her story about being a terrified victim didn't line up with the evidence of her spending hours blowing up my phone. It looked exactly like what it was. The frantic actions of someone who realized they'd overplayed their hand and lost a meal ticket. I saw the three little dots indicating she was typing again, probably preparing another long paragraph of lies. Before she could hit send, I typed one sentence. "I'm not going to argue. You all can believe whatever you want." Then I had Sarah remove me from the group chat again. My phone was quiet for a bit and then a few private messages trickled in. One from Dave, "Sorry man, I should have known better, she's always been about the money." One from Kevin, "You handled that perfectly. Let me know if you need anything." The social narrative she was trying to build had crumbled with a single piece of evidence. The weekend passed quietly. I went for a hike, saw a movie, and enjoyed the peace. I figured the worst was over. The rent was raised, the friend group knew the truth. I assumed she would just fade out of my life. I was wrong. The next front was going to be my family. There was one more loose end I hadn't tied up, a personal item. About a month into our relationship, we'd gone to a charity gala. I had let her borrow a watch. It wasn't just any watch. It was my grandmother's. It was a vintage piece, elegant and understated, and had huge sentimental value. I wasn't in the habit of loaning out family heirlooms, but she had been so convincing, talking about how she had the perfect dress but no accessories that would do it justice. I had stupidly relented. I had texted her about it once before the big blow-up, and she'd been evasive. "Oh, it's in my jewelry box. I'll get it to you next time I see you," she'd said. Now next time was never going to happen. I sent her a polite, firm text on Monday. "Jenna, I need to get my grandmother's watch back. Please let me know when is a good time for me to stop by and pick it up this week." Her reply came an hour later. "I'm really busy with work, and honestly I don't feel comfortable seeing you right now. You've been very hostile. I wasn't going to play this game. I'm not asking for a meeting. I'm retrieving my property. Just leave it with the doorman or I can swing by when you're home. It will take 5 minutes. I'm not sure where it is," she texted back. "I think I might have misplaced it." That text sent a cold spike of anger through me. Misplaced it. A one-of-a-kind family heirloom. I knew she was lying. It was a power play. One last thing she held over me. I wasn't going to let her have it. This was where my sister came in. I called Carla and explained the situation. She was furious on my behalf. "I told you, Mark, I told you she was trash," she said. "Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are not asking anymore. We're going over there." "She won't let me in," I said. "She'll let us in," Carla said, her voice grim. "She won't want the neighbors to see her refusing to let your sister in, especially when we're being perfectly polite. We're not going to be aggressive. We're going to be calm, reasonable, and completely immovable." Carla was always better at confrontations than I was. She had a spine of steel. Before we went, she did something I hadn't even thought of. She scrolled through Jenna's social media, and there it was. A photo from just last weekend, her out to brunch with some friends. On her wrist, clear his day, was my grandmother's watch. Carla saved the photo to her phone, noting the date it was posted. Then she went a step further. My mother had all the old family jewelry appraised for insurance purposes years ago. Carla called her, and within an hour, Mom had emailed over the scanned appraisal document for the watch. It included a detailed description, the serial number, and its replacement value, which was close to $5,000. It also clearly stated its origin as part of my grandmother's estate. Carla printed out the social media photo and a copy of the appraisal. "Okay," she said, holding the papers. "Now we have leverage." The next evening we drove to Jenna's apartment building, my building. I buzzed her unit from the lobby. "Who is it?" Her voice crackled through the speaker. "It's Mark. And my sister Carla," I said calmly. "We're here for the watch. We're not leaving without it." There was a long silence. "I told you I don't know where it is. Buzz us in, Jenna." Carla said, her voice sharp and clear, "or we can have this conversation in the lobby. I'm sure Mr. Henderson wouldn't mind listening in." The mention of Mr. Henderson did the trick. The lock buzzed and we went up. She opened the door just a crack, wearing sweatpants and a scowl. "What do you want?" "The watch, Jenna," I said, keeping my voice level. "Now I can't find it," she repeated, her eyes darting between me and Carla. "I'll look for it this weekend." Carla didn't say a word. She just held up her phone, displaying the photo of Jenna wearing the watch at brunch 3 days ago. Jenna's face went pale. "That doesn't prove anything," she stammered. Carla then held up the printed insurance appraisal. She pointed to the line item describing the watch. "This proves it's a family heirloom with a significant monetary value. We have a photo of you wearing it after you claimed you couldn't find it. This is now moving beyond a simple disagreement. This is theft." Jenna stared at the paper, then at Carla's unblinking face. The fight just drained out of her. She knew she was cornered. There were no friends here to lie to, no group chat to manipulate. Just two people armed with facts standing in her hallway. She closed the door without a word. We waited. A minute later the door opened again. She thrust the watch into my hand, her expression a mask of fury and humiliation. "Happy now?" she hissed. "Yes," I said. I checked the clasp, made sure it was undamaged, and slipped it into my pocket. "Thank you." We turned and walked away. We didn't say another word. As we walked down the hall toward the elevator, I could feel her watching us. I didn't look back. The weight of the watch in my pocket was a huge relief. That was the last personal connection, the last piece of leverage she had. And now, it was gone. The final chapter of this whole stupid saga happened about a month later. Her lease was up at the end of October, and Mr. Henderson had already informed me that she had not renewed. He told me she'd tried to argue with him about the rent increase, even threatened to sue, but he just calmly pointed to the signed lease agreement and told her he was acting on the owner's instructions and following the contract she'd signed. There was nothing she could do. He'd already found a new tenant, a young couple, who were happy to pay the full market rate. I hadn't heard from her or seen her since the night we retrieved the watch. The friend group had fractured a bit. A couple of people sided with her, but most just went quiet, not wanting to be involved. Dave and a few others made a point to reach out to me, and we started hanging out separately, which was fine by me. One Saturday afternoon, I was at a local coffee shop, catching up on some reading. I was sitting at a small table by the window. As I looked up, I saw a familiar car pull into a parking spot out front. It was a brand new Mercedes, the kind Jenna always used to point out. She was in the passenger seat. A man who looked to be in his late 50s got out of the driver's side. He was well dressed, but looked annoyed. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their body language told the whole story. He was gesturing impatiently at her. She was arguing, her face tight with frustration. He said something that made her flinch, then he pointed a finger at her, shook his head, and walked into the bank next to the coffee shop, leaving her in the car. Jenna just sat there, staring straight ahead, her perfect posture rigid with anger. For a moment I felt a flicker of something, but it wasn't pity. It was just a distant clinical observation. She'd found a new target, a wealthier one, but the dynamic was the same. Her happiness was entirely dependent on someone else's wallet, and it was a precarious, stressful way to live. She looked trapped. I finished my coffee, paid my bill, and walked out to the parking lot. I had to walk right past the Mercedes to get to my car. She was looking down at her phone now, probably scrolling, and didn't see me. I got into my Lexus, the same car that started this whole thing. It felt comfortable, familiar, it was mine. I started the engine, pulled out of the parking spot, and drove away. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. There was nothing back there I needed to see. Story 3, the night Connor returned to Lagos, the rainpot as if the heavens themselves were moaning. I stood by the window in my silk robe, the warm light from the chandelier bouncing off the gold accents of the living room. Damola was pissing, his phone blew to his ear, talking about some deal in Abuja. Typical. I wasn't sure what to expect when Connor walked through that door. Damola had talked endlessly about how brilliant his song was, the pride of the family. But the boy who stepped in looked anything but proud. He seemed unsure, like someone who had just woken up in a strange place and wasn't sure if they belonged. "Connor, welcome home," I said, forcing a warm smile. He nodded, barely meeting my eyes. His hands gripped his luggage tightly, and I noticed the frayed edges of his once expensive jacket. "Thank you," he mumbled, his voice low. Damola clapped him on the back, his booming laughter filling the room. "See my son. This color," he exclaimed, but Connor's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. That night, as I lay in bed beside Damola, who snored lightly, I couldn't shake the image of Connor's downcast face. Something about him felt fragile. The next morning, Connor sat in the corner of the dining room picking at his food. The staff moved around him like he was invisible. I walked over, setting my coffee cup down. "You don't eat like that abroad, do you?" I chilled lightly. He chuckled softly, finally looking up at me. His eyes held a mixture of gratitude and hesitation. "It's just everything feels different here. I'm not sure where I fit." His words hung in the air like smoke. I knew that feeling all too well, walking into a room and wondering if you'd ever belong. "Come to my office later," I said, cutting his shoulder. "Let's talk. I have some ideas that might interest you." And that was how it started. Our late-night sessions began innocently enough. I shared stories of my struggles and how I clawed my way to success. Connor listened intently, his eyes lighting up for the first time since he came home. But then something shifted. It wasn't in the way he spoke or even the words he chose, it was in the silences between us. The way his gaze lingered just a second too long. The way my hand brushed is when I passed him a pen and neither of us moved away. I told myself it was nothing. But the way my heart raced every time he walked into the room betrayed me. The night of the Moeller 60th birthday party was when everything began to unravel. The estate was packed with guests dressed in also ebby, their laughter filling the air as high life music played softly in the background. Connor and I had barely spoken that evening. But when I was met across the room, the weight of everything on set pressed down on me. And then the unthinkable happened. As the parties were on, I found myself avoiding Connor's gaze, focusing instead on the guests. Demola was in his element, moving from group to group, shaking hands, his deep laughter punctuating the music. I envied his ease. My smile felt glued to my face, every interaction rehearsed. Connor, on the other hand, was a ghost in the crowd. He stood at the edge of the patio, a glass of chapped men in his hand, watching the city lights in the distance. He looked out of place in his neatly pressed border, as though he was wearing someone else's life. I shouldn't have followed him outside. I knew that. But something pulled me, like a thread unraveling a tightly knit fabric. "Connor," I said softly, stepping onto the patio. The air was cooler out here, the chatter of the patum of food by the sound of the fountain. He turned, his face lit by the glow of the lanterns. "You shouldn't be out here," he said, his voice tinged with worry. "Netta, should you?" I replied, my tone lighter than I felt. He smiled faintly, looking back at the horizon. "Sometimes I wonder why I came back. Everything feels off, like I'm standing on the wrong side of a mirror." His vulnerability caught me off guard. I reached out instinctively, touching his arm. "You'll find your place, Connor, you just need time." He looked down at my hand, then back at me. The silence between us was heavy, charged. "Toki," he started, but before he could finish, the door slid open. "Toki, there you are." Demola's voice boomed as he stepped outside, his glass of champagne glinting in the light. I withdrew my hand quickly, the moment shattered. "I was just checking on Connor," I said, my voice steady, my heart racing. Demola didn't seem to notice the tension. "Good, good. Connor, come inside. There are people you need to meet, important people." Connor hesitated, his eyes lingering on mine before he nodded. "Of course," he said, his voice flat. As they walked back inside, I stayed behind, my chest tight. This had to stop. Whatever this was, it couldn't go any further. But fate, as they say, has a wicked sense of humor. Later that night, as the patty wound down and the guests began to live, Demola pulled me aside. "Connor will be staying here for a while," he said. "I want you to keep an eye on him. Help him find his footing." I know that, keeping my face neutral bought my stomach chand. This was a line I couldn't afford to cross, no matter how blurred it had become. Connor's late-night visits to my office continued. He came with ideas, questions, and acquired the determination that reminded me of myself at his age. But the tension between us grew thicker with each passing day. One evening, as we were poring over spreadsheets and plants, Connor leaned back in his chair, his eyes serious. "Do you ever feel like you're leaving someone else's life?" he asked suddenly. His question started me. "What do you mean?" "Like you're playing a role, saying the right things, doing what's expected, but deep down, you're not sure if any of it is real." I looked at him, unsure of how to respond. He had touched enough I didn't even realize was exposed. Before I could answer, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. The door opened and Damola walked in, his expression unreadable. "Or you two are still at it," he said, his tone lights bought his eyes shut. Connor stood quickly, his chair scraping against the floor. "We were just wrapping up," he said. Damola nodded, but his gaze lingered on me, questioning. "Good. Don't stay up too late," he said before turning and leaving the room. Connor gathered his papers, avoiding my eyes. I should go immodate. As he left, I sat back in my chair, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. The cracks in our perfect facade were beginning to show, and I had a thinking feeling it was only a matter of time before everything came crashing down. The days that followed were heavy with unspoken words. Connor kept his distance, retreating into himself, and I threw myself into walk, trying to distract from the Tamil building inside me. But the harder I tried to hold everything together, the more it felt like sun slipping through my fingers. Damola, oblivious as ever, was busy with his business ventures, leaving me to manage the household and Connor's transition into Lego's life. One evening, Damola announced a family dinner. "It's been too long since we all sat down together," he said, grinning. "Toki, make it special. Connor, invite your friends." The dining room was transformed into a vision of elegance, candles flickered, and the scent of jollof rice, pepper chicken, and fresh cereal filled the air. Guests laughed and shared stories, but beneath the surface, there was an unease I couldn't shake. Halfway through the dinner, one of Damola's business partners leaned over to him, whispering something that made his face darken. He glanced at me, then at Connor, who was chatting quietly with a friend. "Toki, Connor," Damola said suddenly, his voice cutting through the chatter. The room fell silent. "I need to speak with you both." Now my heart sank as he led us into his study, the weight of his tale making it hard to breathe. Once the door closed, he turned to us. "It's just height." "Is there something I should know?" he asked, his voice dangerously calm. Connor and I exchanged a panicked glance. "What do you mean?" I asked, forcing myself to sound composed. Damola's eyes narrowed. "Do you think I'm blind? The way you two look at each other the late nights. Do you think I wouldn't notice?" "Dad, it's not what you think." Connor started, but Damola cut him off. "Then tell me what it is," he demanded, his voice rising. The silence was deafening. I wanted to speak to explain, but the words wouldn't come. Finally, Connor broke. "It's nothing that. She's been helping me, that's all." Damola stared at him for a long moment, then turned to me. "Is that true? Okay." "Yes," I said quietly. I was only trying to guide him, to help him find his way. He studied me, his expression softening just lightly. "If that's the case, then keep it that way," he said. "Family. This family has too much at stake for any nonsense." Connor and I nodded, and Damola dismissed us, his trust clearly shaken. Later that night, as I sat alone in my room, I thought about everything that had happened: the lion's blood, the moment stolen, the trust broken. It wasn't worth it. For women, especially in situations like mine, it's easy to feel caught between what's expected and what you truly want. But let me tell you, the cost of crossing certain boundaries is too high. Valley is self enough to know when to stop. Protect your integrity, even when the temptation to strip feels overwhelming. Because at the end of the day, your peace of mind is worth more than any fleeting moment of passion. I made a decision that night. Whatever connection Connor and I had, it had to end. Not just for Damola's sake, but for mine. The next morning, I told Connor we needed to keep things strictly professional. He looked at me, his expression unreadable, but he didn't argue. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is the right thing. Story 4. I'm Kimberly, 34, and I still remember staring at my phone in disbelief. "You're not invited. Laura doesn't want you there," the text from my family read. My fingers trembled as I processed those cold words. Just 3 months earlier, I had emptied my savings account to fund my brother's dream wedding venue. $25,000. Money I'd saved for years. The betrayal cut deeper than any knife could. How could they take my money, then shut me out? Before I continue this heartbreaking story, let me know where you're watching from and hit that subscribe button if you've ever felt the sting of family betrayal. Growing up in a middle-class neighborhood in Michigan, I was the first person in my family to attend college. My parents worked tirelessly to provide for us, but there was never much extra to go around. My brother Kyle and I shared everything from toys to secrets. We were inseparable growing up, often finishing each other's sentences and defending each other fiercely at school. When I left for college, Kyle would call me every Sunday night without fail, eager to hear about my new experiences and share his high school adventures. Our parents hit some financial hurdles about 5 years ago when Dad was laid off from the manufacturing plant where he'd worked for 27 years. Mom picked up extra shifts at the hospital where she worked as a nurse, but their retirement savings took a significant hit. I worried about them constantly during that period, calling home more frequently and sending money when I could. Meanwhile, my own career was flourishing. After graduating with a finance degree, I landed a job at a prestigious financial analysis firm in Chicago. Through diligent work and late nights, I climbed the corporate ladder faster than I had anticipated. Each promotion brought not just higher pay, but a deep sense of responsibility toward my family. I wasn't just succeeding for myself, I was succeeding for all of us. Everything changed 3 years ago when Kyle met Laura at a friend's barbecue. He called me that night, unusually animated, describing her as the most amazing woman I've ever met. Within 6 months, they were engaged. I flew home for their engagement party and was genuinely happy to meet the woman who had captured my brother's heart. Laura was undeniably beautiful, with perfectly styled auburn hair and a warm smile that seemed to brighten the room. At first, we got along wonderfully. We went shopping together when I visited, and she'd call occasionally to ask my advice about work conflicts or family matters. I felt like I was gaining a sister, something I had always wanted. But subtle shifts began occurring about a year into their relationship. Kyle's calls became less frequent. When we did speak, Laura was almost always present, often answering questions directed at him or steering the conversation in different directions. During family gatherings, I noticed how she would subtly correct Kyle's stories or interrupt him with what Kyle really means is. More concerning was how quickly my parents fell under Laura's spell. Mom began consulting Laura on everything from holiday plans to medical decisions. Dad, who had always been somewhat reserved, now animated enthusiastically around Laura, laughing at all her jokes and deferring to her opinions. It was as though they had found the daughter they had always wanted, one who didn't leave for college and a big city career. I tried to maintain harmony, suppressing the strange jealousy I felt when Laura would reference inside jokes with my parents that I wasn't part of. I told myself it was wonderful that my family had welcomed her so completely. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that with each visit home, I was becoming more of an outsider. Last Thanksgiving illustrated this perfectly. I had taken 3 days off work to fly home, excited to share my recent promotion news. As we gathered around the dinner table, I began to tell everyone about my new position. Halfway through my story, Laura interrupted with an announcement about a neighbor's pregnancy. My parents immediately shifted their attention, asking Laura dozens of questions about this woman I never even met. My news was forgotten, my excitement deflated. Later that evening, as I helped Mom with the dishes, I gently mentioned feeling overlooked at dinner. Mom seemed genuinely surprised. "Oh, honey, we're always hearing about your successes," she said, patting my hand. "Laura hardly ever gets to share her neighborhood news." I nodded and changed the subject, but I'm not formed in my stomach. Jason, my boyfriend of 2 years, noticed the change in my family's dynamic immediately. After that Thanksgiving visit, as we drove back to the airport, he carefully observed, "Your family treats you differently when Laura's around. It's like you become invisible." I dismissed his concern, explaining that families evolve and I needed to adjust. But his words lingered, the first acknowledgement that what I was experiencing wasn't just in my head. Despite these growing tensions, I remained determined to stay connected to my family. They were my roots, my history. I scheduled regular video calls, sent thoughtful gifts, and planned visits whenever possible. I believed that with enough effort and love, the strange distance I felt could be bridged. I had no idea how wrong I was. The wedding venue crisis began with an unexpected video call on a Tuesday evening in January. Kyle and Laura's faces filled my screen, both looking unusually serious. After some small talk, Kyle explained that they've fallen in love with a new wedding venue, a historic mansion with sprawling gardens and a lake view. Their original venue, a charming local barn, suddenly seemed inadequate compared to this dream location. "The only problem," Laura interjected, her voice tinged with disappointment, "is that it's $20,000 more than we budgeted. We've been saving everything we can, but it's just not enough." Kyle nodded solemnly. "We thought about scaling back our plans, but this place is perfect. It only has one date available this year, and we need to decide by next week." I could see the hope in my brother's eyes and something else in Laura's expectation. They hadn't directly asked for help, but the implication hung heavily in the air. 3 days later, a family meeting was called via video chat. My parents looked uncomfortable as Dad explained their situation. "We wish we could help with the venue, kids. Your mother and I have gone through our accounts 3 times. Between helping with the engagement party and the current payments for the wedding, we just don't have anything extra to give." Laura's face fell dramatically. "I understand," she said, though her tone suggested otherwise. "I guess some families prioritize differently. My cousin Jessica's parents were mortgaged their house for her wedding." Mom looked stricken by the comparison, and Dad stared down at his hands. After the call ended, I sat in my apartment, spreadsheets opened on my laptop. I had been saving diligently for years, for a down payment on a condo, for future security. $25,000 would deplete most of my savings, but I could make it work. Kyle had always been there for me, and this was his big day. I wanted him to have everything he dreamed of. The next morning, I called Kyle when I knew Laura would be at her yoga class. "I want to help with the venue," I told him. "I can cover the difference. $25,000 to include a buffer for any other unexpected costs." The line went silent for a moment. "Kim, are you serious?" Kyle's voice cracked. That's too much. We can't accept that." "You can and you will," I insisted. "You're my only brother and I want your day to be perfect. Consider it an investment in your happiness." Kyle's gratitude was overwhelming. "You have no idea what this means to us. You'll be our honored guest. More than that, you'll be part of everything. This wouldn't be happening without you." That afternoon, I visited my bank and initiated the transfer. The banker raised her eyebrows slightly as she processed the withdrawal. "That's a significant portion of your savings," she noted professionally. "Are you sure you want to proceed?" I nodded confidently, though my stomach fluttered with momentary doubt. That evening, Jason and I sat on our couch, take-out containers spread before us as I told him about my decision. His fork paused midway to his mouth. 25,000. "Kim, that's most of your condo fund," I know I acknowledged, "but it's for Kyle. You should have heard how happy he was." Jason sat down his fork. "I'm not questioning your generosity. I just hope they appreciate what this means for you. That's a massive sacrifice." When Laura finally called to thank me, her gratitude seemed rehearsed and brief. "This is so generous of you," she said, her voice lacking the emotion I had expected. "Kyle tells me you want to be involved in the planning. That's sweet, but don't feel obligated. Planning is stressful, and you're so busy with work." Later that week, I stopped by their apartment to drop off some wedding magazines I purchased. Through the partially opened door, I overheard Laura speaking to someone on the phone. "His sister's trying to take over now that she's paying for it," she was saying. "I appreciate the money, but I don't need another opinion on everything." When I confronted Kyle about it later, he seemed embarrassed but dismissive. "Laura's just stressed about all the decisions. She didn't mean anything by it. She's really grateful for your help, we both are." I chose to believe him, pushing aside my discomfort. Yet as I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The excited planning sessions I had envisioned seemed unlikely to materialize. Still, I told myself that the important thing was giving Kyle his dream wedding. My involvement was secondary. What I didn't realize then was that I hadn't just written a check. I had inadvertently purchased a front-row seat to my own exclusion from my family. The first wedding planning session filled me with excitement. Laura had created a group chat titled Dream Wedding Team that included me, her mother, my parents, and her 2 bridesmaids. We met at a local cafe where Laura distributed color-coded binders containing timelines, inspiration photos, and budget sheets. I was impressed by her organization and eagerly flipped through the materials, jotting down ideas in the margins. "These centerpieces are beautiful," I commented, pointing to an arrangement of roses and baby's breath. "The florist I used for my company's gala last year could create something similar, probably at a discount." Laura smiled tightly. "That's sweet, but I've already spoken with a florist who specializes in exactly what we want." She quickly moved on to discussing the catering options. The pattern continued over the next few weeks. The second planning meeting was rescheduled to a Tuesday at 2 in the afternoon, right during my important weekly stakeholder meeting that Laura knew about. When I texted that I couldn't make it, the response was a simple, "No worries. We'll fill you in later." But the promised update never came. By the third month of planning, decisions were being made without any input from me. The wedding colors changed from blue and silver to burgundy and gold. The band was swapped for a DJ. The cake design transformed from traditional to modern. I learned about each change through social media posts or casual mentions during family calls. One Saturday, I drove 3 hours to attend what I thought would be a major planning session for the venue decorations. I had taken time to create a presentation board with ideas that would complement the mansion's historical architecture while incorporating Kyle and Laura's personal style. When I arrived, Laura seemed surprised to see me. "Oh, Kimberly, I thought I told you we rescheduled for tomorrow." Her voice was apologetic, but her eyes showed no real remorse. "We actually finalized most of the decoration decisions last week. Your mom had some wonderful ideas that we're going with." I stood in their living room, my presentation board suddenly feeling childish and unnecessary. "Last week. I didn't know there was a meeting last week. It was impromptu," she explained, glancing at her watch. "Look, why don't you join us for dinner tonight instead? Less stressful than wedding talk anyway, right?" My attempts to connect with Kyle alone became increasingly difficult. He was always running late for our scheduled coffee meets, or Laura would unexpectedly join us. When I did manage a moment alone with him and raised concerns about feeling excluded, he became defensive. "You're being too sensitive, Kim," he said during one such conversation. "Laura's under a lot of pressure. Her dream wedding is coming together, and she's trying to manage everyone's input. You're still an important part of all this." But I wasn't, and the evidence mounted daily. During a minor disagreement about the seating chart where I suggested keeping two feuding relatives separated, my mother unexpectedly sided with Laura. "Honey, Laura has a vision for how this should work. She's really thought it through." Dad, who had always been my champion growing up, now routinely deferred to Laura's opinions. "Laura knows best" became a standard response to any wedding-related question I raised. The growing isolation drove me to confide in my college friend Rebecca over lunch. As I described the situation, tears I hadn't realized I was holding back spilled onto my cheeks. "Kim, do you hear yourself?" Rebecca asked gently. "They took your money, and now they're pushing you aside. You're being manipulated and used." I wiped my tears away quickly. "That's too harsh. They're not doing it deliberately. It's just wedding stress and I don't know, family dynamics changing." Rebecca reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Sweetie, I know you love your family, but this isn't right. $25,000 isn't a small gift. At minimum, they should be treating you with respect and inclusion." I dismissed her concerns, though they echoed my own hidden thoughts. My family wouldn't use me. There had to be reasonable explanations for everything. The bridal shower in April crystallized my outsider status. Hosted at Laura's mother's house, it was an elegant affair with champagne, finger sandwiches, and personalized party favors. I arrived early to help set up, but Laura's bridesmaids Grace and Tiffany were already arranging everything according to a detailed plan I hadn't seen. When guests arrived, I noticed every woman wore a special corsage except me. During the gift opening ceremony, Laura's mother gave a touching speech thanking everyone who had contributed to making the wedding special. My name wasn't mentioned, despite my contribution being the largest by far. As I drove home that evening, a hollowness expanded in my chest. The truth I had been avoiding crystallized into sharp clarity. I was no longer a central figure in my brother's life. More disturbingly, my entire family had realigned themselves with Laura at the center and me on the periphery. What I couldn't understand was why. What had I done to deserve this gradual erasure? The definitive moment of betrayal arrived unexpectedly on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I had stopped by my parents' house to drop off a birthday gift for my dad when I noticed a stack of envelopes on the kitchen counter. The return address showed Kyle and Laura's names, and I immediately recognized them as wedding invitations. Curiosity mixed with excitement as I picked one up, wondering what the final design looked like after months of planning. My mother walked in as I was admiring the elegant burgundy and gold embossing. "Oh, those just arrived yesterday," she said, reaching for her coffee mug. "They turned out lovely, didn't they?" I nodded and opened the envelope, pulling out the invitation suite. My eyes scanned the details, then stopped abruptly at the section listing the wedding party. Kyle's best man and groomsmen were listed. Laura's maid of honor and bridesmaids were listed. My name was nowhere to be found. "Mom," I said slowly, "I'm not in the wedding party." She looked uncomfortable, focusing intently on stirring her coffee. "Laura thought it would be better if you could just enjoy the day as a guest. Being in the wedding party is stressful, with all the responsibilities and photos." A cold understanding washed over me. "Did you know about this?" "Kyle mentioned it a few weeks ago," she admitted. "I assumed he had discussed it with you." I drove straight to Kyle's apartment, the invitation clutched in my hand. When he answered the door, his expression immediately shifted from welcome to weariness. "Why am I not in your wedding party?" I asked without preamble, holding up the invitation. "You never even had a conversation with me about it." Kyle's eyes started past me, likely checking if anyone could overhear us on the landing. "Come inside," he said quietly. Once in their living room, Kyle's explanation emerged in fragments of weak excuses. The wedding party was getting too large. Laura wanted symmetry in the photos. Her friends had already purchased their dresses. "Kyle," I interrupted. "3 months ago, when I agreed to help with the venue, you said I would be an honored part of everything. What changed?" He looked down at his hands. "Nothing changed. You're still important to us. It's just Laura feels that you might try to influence things too much." "Influence things," I repeated. "You mean the wedding I'm largely paying for? Is it unreasonable to expect some involvement?" "See, it's that attitude," he said, an unfamiliar edge to his voice. "Laura thinks you're holding the money over our heads." The conversation deteriorated from there. Every point I raised was deflected or dismissed. When I mentioned our lifelong close relationship, Kyle responded that people grow and change. When I brought up my financial contribution, he accused me of being transactional about family matters. It was like arguing with a stranger wearing my brother's face. That evening I called my parents, hoping they might help Kyle see reason. Their response left me speechless. "Kimberly," my father said, his voice uncharacteristically stern. "This is Kyle and Laura's wedding. They get to make the decisions regardless of who's paying. But Dad, it's not about control. It's about being included, being acknowledged as important in Kyle's life." My mother interrupted. "Honey, Laura has confided in us about how difficult you've made this process. The constant suggestions, the criticism of her choices." "What criticism?" I asked, genuinely bewildered. "When have I ever criticized her plans?" A heavy silence followed. "Laura said you've been telling people that she's only marrying Kyle for his potential inheritance, that you think her taste is tacky, that you're embarrassed to have her join the family." I was stunned. "I never said any of those things, ever. Who told you this?" Laura showed us the texts. My father responded. "What texts? I never sent any texts like that." My voice had risen to a shout, something that rarely happened. Another silence. "Well," my mother finally said, "perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. But right now, the important thing is to support Kyle and Laura during this stressful time. Maybe you should take a step back." After hanging up, I sat in shock on my couch, trying to process what was happening. Laura had apparently been constructing a narrative about me, a false one, and my family had accepted it without question. The thought that they would believe I could say such horrible things without even asking me about them first was devastating. I broke down completely when Jason came home and found me still sitting in the dark. Between sobs, I explained everything: the invitation, the confrontation with Kyle, the bewildering conversation with my parents. Jason held me tightly. "Kim, I hate to say this, but this is a normal family tension. This sounds like Laura is deliberately isolating you, and for some reason your family is allowing it." "But why?" I asked through tears. "What have I done to deserve this?" Jason's answer was gentle but direct. "Sometimes it's not about what you've done. Some people feel threatened by strong relationships. Your bond with Kyle, your financial success, your parents' love for you. Laura might see all of that as competition." The next morning, with Jason's encouragement, I wrote a heartfelt email to my entire family. I expressed my hurt feelings, but also my continued love and desire to repair whatever damage had been done. I directly addressed the false accusations, stating clearly that I had never said anything negative about Laura. I ended by saying that regardless of my role in the wedding, I wanted to support Kyle's happiness and maintain our family bonds. The responses, when they finally came, were coolly polite and notably similar in tone. My mother hoped we could move past this unpleasantness. My father suggested I take time to reflect on my actions. Kyle simply wrote, "I think it's best if we all take some space right now." As I stared at these messages, a crushing realization descended. My family's love and loyalty had been entirely redirected. The only thing they still wanted from me was my money. In the week following those cold email responses, I tried to process what was happening to my family. I fluctuated between anger, grief, and disbelief. How could decades of love and connection be so easily severed? During moments of clarity, I reminded myself that regardless of my personal hurt, Kyle was still my brother. Despite everything, I wanted some representation at his wedding, some acknowledgement of our shared history. I carefully selected a wedding gift, a handcrafted silver photo frame engraved with Kyle's and my childhood saying, "Siblings by chance, friends by choice." Inside, I placed a photo of us from his college graduation, arms around each other, beaming with shared joy. I wrapped it beautifully, wrote a heartfelt card, and set it aside for the rapidly approaching wedding day. 3 days before the ceremony, I realized I was unclear about some logistical details. The invitation didn't specify exact arrival times for family members, and no one had communicated any pre-wedding family gatherings to me. I composed a light, practical text to the family group chat, looking forward to Saturday. What time should I arrive for any pre-ceremony family photos? 20 minutes later, my phone chimed. Opening the message, I felt as though the floor had disappeared beneath me. There, in our family group chat, including my parents Kyle and Laura, was a message from my mother. "You're not invited, Laura doesn't want you there." I stared at the screen, uncomprehending. Not invited to my only brother's wedding. The wedding I had contributed $25,000 toward. I immediately called my mother, then my father, then Kyle. All went straight to voicemail. I sent individual texts. "Is this a mistake? Please call me." No response. When Jason arrived home from work, he found me sitting at our kitchen table, still staring at my phone. My face felt stiff like a mask. I hadn't cried. I felt beyond tears, in some numb territory I'd never experienced before. Jason approached cautiously. "What happened?" I silently handed him my phone. His expression shifted from confusion to shock as he read the message. "This can't be real," he muttered, then looked up at me. "Have they responded to anything else?" I shook my head. "Nothing. It's like they've all blocked me." Jason pulled me into an embrace, and only then did the tears come. Violent, body-shaking sobs that seemed torn from the deepest part of me. I cried for the brother I had lost, for the family that had abandoned me, for the $25,000 that now felt like a payment for my own exclusion. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying every interaction with Laura since she'd entered our lives, searching for warning signs I might have missed. The way she would subtly undermine my accomplishments in family conversations. How she'd redirect attention whenever I was speaking. The strange comments about my apartment being so career-focused and not very homey. Each memory now appeared in a new, sinister light. The next morning, my college friend Rebecca called. Her voice was hesitant. "Kim, I don't know if I should tell you this, but I ran into Melissa from her hometown yesterday." Melissa was a long-time family friend who had known us since childhood. According to Rebecca, she had just received her wedding invitation and was confused about some of the stories Laura had been telling the guests. Apparently, Laura had been claiming that I had tried to take over. The wedding planning had insulted Laura's family and had threatened to withdraw my financial support unless certain demands were met. Melissa didn't believe it, Rebecca assured me. "She knows you too well, but she thought you should know what Laura's saying about you." The betrayal expanded beyond family to include my reputation in my hometown. Laura wasn't just excluding me. She was systematically destroying my image among people who had known me my entire life. I felt something break inside me. The final thread of hope that this was all a misunderstanding that could be resolved. My family had not just excluded me. They had allowed Laura to vilify me, to rewrite who I was in their narrative. And they had done it after taking my money that represented years of hard work and sacrifice. The wedding day came and went. I spent it with Jason at a cabin by the lake. My phone turned off, unable to bear the thought of seeing social media posts or receiving any messages from well-meaning friends. When I finally turned my phone back on 2 days later, there were no messages from my family. Not a single inquiry about my absence, not a word of explanation or regret. The silence was the final confirmation. The family I had known and loved for 34 years no longer existed for me. The weeks following the wedding were the darkest of my life. I moved through my days like a ghost, going through the motions at work, but feeling disconnected from everything around me. Food lost its taste. Sleep came in short. Restless bursts punctuated by vivid dreams of family gatherings where no one could see or hear me. I declined invitations from friends, unable to explain what had happened without breaking down. Jason watched this decline with growing concern. One evening, he sat beside me on the couch where I had been staring blankly at a book for over an hour, not turning a single page. "Kim, I think you should talk to someone professional about this," he said gently. "What your family did, it's traumatic. You don't have to go through this alone." My initial reaction was resistance. Therapy seemed like an admission that something was wrong with me, not with a situation. But as another sleepless night stretched before me, I realized Jason was right. I was drowning in grief and needed help finding my way back to shore. My first therapy session with Dr. Mitchell was awkward and tearful. I stumbled through the story, still unable to make sense of how quickly and completely my family had turned against me. Dr. Mitchell listened attentively, occasionally asking clarifying questions. Near the end of the session, she said something that stopped my racing thoughts. "Kimberly, what you're describing sounds like a coordinated campaign of alienation, possibly initiated by Laura but enabled by her family. This isn't normal family tension or wedding stress. This is emotional manipulation at a disturbing level." Her words gave structure to the chaos I had been feeling. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't my fault. Something genuinely toxic had infiltrated my family system, and I had become its target. Over the next few sessions, Dr. Mitchell helped me understand that I was grieving not just the loss of my place in my family, but the loss of who I thought my family was. The parents who had raised me to value honesty and loyalty had betrayed those very principles. The brother who had been my closest ally had abandoned me for his new loyalty to Laura. "You're mourning the family you thought you had," Dr. Mitchell explained. "That's a profound loss and it deserves to be honored." 4 weeks after the wedding, I made the mistake of checking Instagram. The algorithm, unaware of my family situation, prominently displayed photos from Kyle and Laura's wedding. The venue was even more magnificent than I had imagined. String lights illuminating the historic mansion, floral arrangements cascading down stone staircases, a 7-tier cake that must have cost thousands, all made possible by my contribution. In one photo, my parents stood proudly beside the couple, beaming with joy. The caption read, "So grateful for the perfect day with our perfect family." The exclusion was complete. I had been erased not just from the event, but from the concept of family itself. That night I broke down again. The wound reopened and salt poured liberally into it. Jason held me as I cried, murmuring reassurances that felt hollow against the magnitude of the betrayal. The next day, I received an unexpected call from my mother's sister, Ansara. We had always been close, but she lived in Arizona and wasn't often involved in family events back home. "Kimberly, I just heard what happened with the wedding," she said without preamble. "I couldn't believe it when my friend Donna told me you weren't there. What's going on?" The dam broke as I told her everything. The money, the exclusion, the text message, the silence that followed. To my surprise, Ansara didn't seem shocked. "I hate to say this," she said when I finished, "but Laura pulled something similar with Kyle's friend Marcus last year. Remember his childhood friend who suddenly stopped coming around? Laura convinced Kyle that Marcus had made a pass at her during a party. Marcus denied it completely, but Kyle chose to believe Laura. I thought it was strange then, but now I'm seeing a pattern." A cold clarity washed over me. "She's isolating him," I said quietly. "It's what certain types of controlling people do," Ansara confirmed. They systematically cut their partners off from support systems, especially those who might see through their manipulation. The fact that you're strong, successful, and how to close bond with Kyle probably made you target number one. Our conversation continued for over 2 hours. Ansara promised to try to speak with my parents, though she wasn't optimistic about changing their minds immediately. "They're under her spell right now," she said. "It might take time for them to see what's happening." That conversation with Ansara was the first crack in the darkness surrounding me. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't alone. Someone in my family still saw me clearly. At work, my performance had suffered noticeably. My boss, Natalie, called me into her office one morning. I braced for a reprimand, but instead found compassion. "Kim, you've always been one of our strongest team members," she said. "But something's clearly wrong. You don't have to tell me what it is, but I want you to know that we value you and want to support you through whatever this is." Her kindness broke through another layer of my isolation. I found myself telling her a simplified version of what had happened. Instead of judgment, she offered practical support, adjusted deadlines, the option to work from home some days, and the company's employee assistance program for additional counseling. As May turned to June, I made the difficult decision to block my immediate family on social media. Each post, each glimpse into their continuing lives without me, was like pressing on a bruise. Dr. Mitchell supported this decision as a form of self-protection, not punishment. "Boundaries aren't walls," she explained. "They're fences with gates that you control. Right now, you need to close the gate to heal. Later, you might choose to open it again, but that will be your decision when you're stronger." Jason suggested a weekend trip to Michigan's Upper Peninsula, a place I had always wanted to visit but never found the time for. Away from the city, surrounded by the ancient tranquility of Lake Superior, I felt the first stirrings of peace. Watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I realized that beauty still existed in the world, regardless of my family's actions. Pain didn't erase the possibility of joy, it just temporarily obscured it. "I don't know who I am without them," I confessed to Jason as we sat on the rocky shoreline. "I've always been Kyle's sister, Robert and Janet's daughter. Even my ambition was partly about making them proud. Who am I now?" Jason took my hand. "You're Kimberly. You're compassionate, brilliant, resilient, and loved. Your family helped shape you, but they don't define you. Maybe this is your chance to discover who you are outside of those roles." As the water lapped gently against the shore, I felt something shift within me, not healing exactly, but the possibility of it. A small seed of strength taking root in the devastated landscape of my heart. 6 months after the wedding that I never attended, autumn arrived with crisp air and new beginnings. My apartment, once filled with family photos that caused me pain, now displayed art that I loved, souvenirs from weekend trips with Jason, and pictures with friends who had proven their loyalty during my darkest days. I had established new traditions to replace the family rituals that were now lost to me. Sunday mornings, once reserved for calls with my parents, became my time for yoga and journaling. Thanksgiving plans involved a Friendsgiving potluck rather than a trip to Michigan. These changes weren't replacements for what I had lost, but rather the foundation of a new life structured around authentic connections. On a rainy October morning, an unexpected email arrived from Kyle. My heart raced as I clicked to open it, unsure whether to expect further cruelty or something else entirely. "Kim," it began, "I don't know if you'll read this, and I wouldn't blame you if you deleted it immediately. What happened before and during my wedding was unforgivable. I let Laura convince me that you were trying to control everything, that your financial help came with strings attached. I believed her when she showed me evidence of things you supposedly said about her. It was easier to accept her version than to question it, especially when Mom and Dad sided with her too. I'm not writing to ask for forgiveness or to make excuses. I'm writing because you deserve to know that I regret what happened every day. The brother you knew would never have treated you that way. I lost myself somewhere along the way, and in the process, I lost the most important relationship of my life. I'm so sorry, Kim." I read the email several times, emotions swirling, anger, vindication, a whisper of relief that Kyle had glimpsed the truth, and lingering hurt that cut bone deep. After consulting with Dr. Mitchell, I crafted a measured response. "Kyle, thank you for your email. I won't pretend that your words erase the pain of being excluded from your wedding after contributing $25,000 to make it possible, or the humiliation of being told via text that I wasn't welcome. What happened wasn't just hurtful. It was cruel in a way I never imagined my family could be. I appreciate your acknowledgement of what happened. Right now, I'm focused on healing and rebuilding my life." I'm not ready for reconciliation, but I'm glad to know you recognized the wrong that was done. I hope you're taking care of yourself. Kim, his response came quickly, thanking me for even reading his message and respecting my boundaries. Almost as an afterthought, he mentioned that things had been complicated lately, as Laura had begun expressing concerns about his close friendship with his best man, suggesting their relationship was inappropriately close. The pattern was continuing. The same isolation tactics that had worked to separate Kyle from me were now being deployed against his friends. Part of me felt vindicated, but a larger part just felt sad. The controlling dynamic I had glimpsed was tightening around my brother like a noose. Financially, I had slowly begun to recover from the significant loss. My promotion had come with a salary increase, and I had implemented a strict saving plan to rebuild my depleted funds. Each deposit into my savings account felt like reclaiming a piece of myself, a reminder that I could recover from this setback. Doctor Mitchell helped me frame what happened in terms of relationships versus transactions. True love, whether between family members, friends, or partners, is given freely without expectation of return, she explained. What your family participated in was transactional. They took your financial contribution, but withdrew their love when you didn't conform to Laura's expectations. That's not how healthy relationships work. This framework helped me recognize the difference between genuine connections and conditional ones. I began evaluating all my relationships through this lens, strengthening bonds with friends who had demonstrated unconditional support, and creating healthy distance from those whose affection seemed contingent on what I could provide for them. In November, Aunt Sarah visited Chicago, and we spent a weekend catching up. She brought news from the extended family, cousins, uncles, and aunts who had been told various stories about my absence from the wedding, but had their doubts. Several family members have reached out to me since I started asking questions. She explained over brunch. They felt something wasn't right about the narrative Laura was spinning, but they didn't know how to connect with you directly. Through Aunt Sarah, I reconnected with relatives who had been part of my childhood, but had drifted away during the Laura years. Cousin Rachel invited me to her daughter's ballet recital. Uncle Jim sent me birthday wishes for the first time in years. These small reconnections served as reminders that family extended beyond the nuclear unit that had rejected me. One snowy evening in December, Jason and I returned from a concert to our apartment. As I hung up my coat, he seemed unusually nervous, fidgeting with something in his pocket. "Kim," he said softly, "this past year has shown me something important. When everything in your world was falling apart, you didn't break. You bent, you hurt, you questioned, but ultimately you found the strength to rebuild. That kind of resilience is rare and precious." He knelt on one knee, producing a small velvet box. "I don't want to replace the family you lost. I want to be the family you choose, the beginning of something new and healthy and strong. Will you marry me?" Tears filled my eyes, not the broken tears of earlier that year, but tears of recognition that even from the depths of betrayal, new beginnings could emerge. "Yes," I whispered. "Absolutely yes." As winter turned to spring, I continued therapy, not because I was broken, but because I was committed to growth. Dr. Mitchell helped me recognize that the pain I had experienced had transformed me in unexpected ways. I was more discerning about who I allowed into my inner circle, more assertive about my boundaries, more appreciative of genuine connections. "You've learned through fire what many people never learn," she told me during one of our sessions. "You've learned that love without respect isn't love at all, that family is defined by how people treat you, not just by blood, that your worth isn't determined by others' ability to see it." These lessons, though brutally acquired, had become wisdom I carried forward. I no longer confused self-sacrifice with love or silence with peace. I had learned that sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is walk away from people who cannot value you properly, even when those people are family. The most profound lesson was about forgiveness, not the kind that invites further harm, but the kind that releases you from carrying the weight of others' actions. I wasn't ready to forgive my family, but I had stopped allowing their betrayal to define my present or determine my future. On the one-year anniversary of that devastating text message, I wrote a letter to myself that I didn't intend to send to anyone. In it, I acknowledged the pain, the growth, the loss, and the unexpected gains. I ended with words that felt like a door closing on one chapter and opening to another. The family that raised me taught me about loyalty until they abandoned it. They taught me about unconditional love until they placed conditions on theirs. They taught me about honesty until they embraced lies. The greatest gift I can give myself now is to honor those original teachings even when they couldn't, to be loyal to my own worth, to love myself unconditionally, to embrace truth, even when it hurts. In doing so, I become not just a survivor of betrayal, but a creator of a new legacy, one built on authentic connection rather than obligation or blood. As I sealed that letter in an envelope, I felt a sense of completion. The wound would always be part of my story, but it no longer defined me. I had learned that family, true family, is something you can lose, find, and create all in one lifetime. And that knowledge, though painfully acquired, was a gift I would carry forward into whatever came next. Have you ever experienced a betrayal from someone you trusted completely? How did you rebuild your life afterward? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video if my story resonated with you. Subscribe to hear more real-life experiences and share with someone who might need to know they're not alone in family struggles. Remember, sometimes the family we choose becomes more important than the family we're born into. Thank you for listening, and I wish you the strength to set boundaries that protect your peace. Story 5. I'm Emma, 30 years old, and I discovered my sister Stephanie's pregnancy report was fake minutes before my wedding rehearsal dinner. When she dramatically announced her pregnancy complications to steal my spotlight, I revealed I knew the truth. Her smug smile vanished when I mentioned financial control. The entire family gasped as I revealed I'd been secretly funding Stephanie's lavish lifestyle for years. That night changed our family dynamic forever, exposing years of lies, favoritism, and hidden resentments none of us were prepared to face. I still remember everyone's faces that night: shock, betrayal, confusion. Before I tell you how everything unfolded, where are you watching from today? This family drama taught me that karma eventually finds everyone. So if you've ever experienced family betrayal, hit that subscribe button and like this video. Trust me, you'll want to see how this revenge story ends. Growing up, Stephanie and I had what looked like a typical sister relationship from the outside. For years younger than me, she was always treated as the baby of the family even long after we both became adults. I don't think my parents ever saw how their obvious favoritism affected our relationship or my self-esteem throughout childhood. From elementary school onward, I was the responsible one, the achiever. I helped with chores without being asked, maintained straight A's, and joined every extracurricular activity I could. Meanwhile, Stephanie could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. She'd throw tantrums when asked to clean her room, and they'd eventually do it for her. She'd fail a test, and they'd blame the teacher. The pattern was clear. I had to earn every bit of praise through hard work, while Stephanie received endless adoration simply for existing. "Emma, you're the older sister. You need to set an example." My mom would say whenever I complained about the unfair treatment. This phrase became the soundtrack of my childhood, a constant reminder that my feelings came second to Stephanie's comfort. Despite the lack of parental support, I excelled academically. I earned a full scholarship to an Ivy League school where I studied computer science and business. My parents attended my graduation, but spent most of the day talking about how Stephanie was struggling with her college applications, effectively minimizing my achievement. After college, I joined a tech startup as one of the first employees. Those early years were brutal 80-hour work weeks, sleeping under my desk sometimes, living on ramen to save money. But the sacrifice paid off. By 26, I was the chief technology officer, and by 28, when the company was acquired, I walked away with enough money to never work again, if I chose not to. Ironically, my financial success coincided with my parents' business failure. They'd owned a small but successful retail store for 20 years, but a combination of poor decisions, economic downer, and competition from big box stores left them on the verge of bankruptcy. They didn't tell me this directly. My father was too proud. I discovered it when my mother called in tears because they couldn't make their mortgage payment. That night, I made a decision that would change our family dynamic forever. I would help them, but secretly. I didn't want them to feel like failures, and honestly, I didn't want Stephanie to know I had money. She'd already shown concerning signs of jealousy whenever anything good happened in my life. When I brought my boyfriend Mark home for Thanksgiving that year, Stephanie's behavior was especially revealing. Mark was successful in his own right, a talented architect with his own firm. He was kind, intelligent, and treated me with respect. The moment Stephanie met him, I noticed a shift in her demeanor. Her laugh became more pronounced. She touched his arm repeatedly during conversation and managed to mention her single status at least 5 times during dinner. "Your sister seems nice," Mark said afterward, oblivious to her flirtation. That was Mark, always seeing the best in people. "She can be." I responded vaguely, not wanting to color his impression with my complicated feelings. By this point, I had already established the financial arrangement that would later become the centerpiece of our family drama. Through a series of shell companies and trusts, I was paying my parents' mortgage, their car payments, their health insurance, and their credit card bills. I'd also set up a scholarship for Stephanie's college tuition and was paying for her apartment near campus. None of them knew the money came from me. My parents believed they'd qualified for financial assistance programs, and Stephanie thought her scholarship came from an alumni foundation. I wanted to help them without changing our relationship dynamic, without becoming the family ATM, and most importantly, without having to hear my parents praise Stephanie for receiving financial help while I'd worked for everything I ever had. Looking back, I realized I was enabling unhealthy patterns instead of helping my family grow, but at the time, it felt like the kindest solution. I was preserving their dignity while ensuring they were taken care of. What I didn't realize was how my secrecy would eventually collide with Stephanie's jealousy, creating the perfect storm that nearly destroyed our family. The acquisition of our tech company wasn't just successful. It was the kind of exit that makes headlines and industry publications. Our small team had developed an innovative algorithm for data processing that a major tech giant could resist. When the dust settled, I found myself with a net worth of over $12 million before my 30th birthday. I moved some of the money into conservative investments, donated to causes I cared about, bought a comfortable but not extravagant house, and set aside a significant portion for my family's needs. I wasn't flashy about my wealth. I drove the same Honda I'd had for years and lived well below my means. Few people in my life knew about my financial situation, which is exactly how I wanted it. When I discovered my parents' business was failing, I was shocked by how dire their situation had become. They were 3 months behind on their mortgage, maxed out on credit cards, and had taken out predatory loans to keep their store afloat. The burden of this knowledge was overwhelming. These were the people who had always portrayed themselves as financially savvy, who had lectured me about responsibility while indulging Stephanie's every whim. "Ms. Preston, are you sure you want to structure things this way?" my financial advisor Thomas asked when I explained my plan to help them anonymously. "Family financial entanglements can get complicated quickly." I'm sure I insisted. "They can't know what's coming from me." Thomas helped me create several legal entities that would serve as buffers between my money and my family. We established a trust that appeared to be from a distant relative, a fake scholarship fund for Stephanie, and a business grant program that would select my parents for assistance. The paperwork was legitimate, but the sources of funding were all me. Within weeks, my parents received a letter informing them they'd been approved for a special refinancing program that would reduce their mortgage payment by 60%. Another letter arrived offering a business stabilization grant. Stephanie received notice that an anonymous donor had selected her for a full-ride scholarship that included tuition, housing, and a monthly stipend. The change in their lives was immediate and dramatic. My parents stopped looking stressed at family dinners. Stephanie moved from her cramped dorm room to a luxury apartment near campus. Their gratitude was directed at faceless institutions and lucky circumstances, never at me. For a while, this arrangement seemed perfect. I could help my family without changing our relationship dynamic, but cracks soon began to appear. Despite having her education and living expenses fully covered, Stephanie began dropping classes. By her junior year, she was barely enrolled part-time, though she told our parents she was focusing on her major courses. I received the real enrollment reports from the university as the scholarship provider. More concerning was her pattern with relationships and jobs. She'd date someone for a few months, create drama, break up, and then spend lavishly to heal her broken heart. She'd get hired somewhere, work for a few weeks, clash with management, quit or get fired, and then take months to find another position, all while maintaining her luxury lifestyle thanks to the scholarship stipend I provided. When Stephanie maxed out her first credit card at 21, I received a desperate call from my mother. "Emma, I hate to ask, but your sister is in a bit of trouble financially. We helped as much as we could, but with the store still recovering. I pretended to contribute a small amount while actually paying off the entire card through my financial network." This pattern repeated several times over the next few years, with the amounts growing larger each time. When Mark proposed after 2 years of dating, I was ecstatic. We planned a wedding for the following spring, nothing ostentatious, but beautiful and meaningful. My parents insisted on contributing, so I arranged for them to receive an unexpected insurance reimbursement that they could use for wedding expenses, effectively allowing them to pay with my money while maintaining their pride. As wedding planning progressed, Stephanie's behavior became increasingly erratic. As my maid of honor, she was involved in many aspects of the planning, but seemed to sabotage at every turn. Appointments were mysteriously rescheduled without my knowledge. Deposits went missing. Vendor communications were accidentally deleted from her phone. I tried to attribute these incidents to Stephanie's general disorganization, but a pattern was emerging that I couldn't ignore. One night, while reviewing my financial monitoring systems, I noticed unusual withdrawals from Stephanie's account. She had visited an urgent care clinic and made several purchases at a medical supply store. Around the same time, I found evidence she'd been researching pregnancy symptoms, medical terminology, and how to create fake medical documents. A sense of dread washed over me. I increased the monitoring on her accounts and communications, justifying the invasion of privacy with my growing concern. When I discovered was worse than I imagined, Stephanie wasn't just jealous of my wedding. She was actively plotting to ruin it. Wedding planning should have been one of the happiest times of my life, but Stephanie managed to turn it into a minefield of stress and doubt. As my maid of honor, she had access to every aspect of the wedding, which gave her ample opportunity for sabotage. The first red flag appeared 3 months before the wedding when I arrived at the forest for our consultation, only to be told my appointment had been rescheduled for the following week. Stephanie had called claiming to be my assistant and changed it without telling me. When confronted, she feigned innocence. "I thought I told you. I must have forgotten to text you after they called me. Wedding brain, right?" She laughed it off, but something in her eyes didn't match her carefree explanation. A week later, our venue called in a panic because they hadn't received the deposit to secure our date. I distinctly remembered giving Stephanie a check to deliver during her lunch break since the venue was near her apartment. The check had been cashed, but somehow the money never reached the venue. Stephanie claimed there must have been a mix-up at their office and offered to handle it. I later discovered she had deposited the check into her own account and used my money to make a down payment on a new car. It was just a timing issue with my account. She explained when I confronted her with the bank records. I was going to transfer the money to them this week. I chose to believe her, writing it off as Stephanie's typical financial heir responsibility rather than malice. Looking back, I was willfully blind. The engagement party provided more evidence of Stephanie's true intentions. Mark's brother James pulled me aside during the celebration. "I don't want to cause drama," he said uncomfortably, "but I think you should know your sister has been texting Mark pretty frequently." He mentioned she keeps asking him to meet for coffee to discuss wedding surprises for you. Mark confirmed this when I asked him privately, showing me the increasingly flirtatious messages from Stephanie that he had been politely deflecting. He hadn't mentioned them because he didn't want to create tension between us. "I thought she was just being friendly," he said, looking troubled. Should I be worried? No, I assured him, though worry was beginning to gnaw at me. I'll handle Stephanie. When I confronted her about the messages, she burst into tears, claiming she was just trying to make sure Mark was good enough for me. Her performance was convincing, complete with trembling lips and wet eyes. I almost believed her until I noticed she was checking her reflection in a nearby mirror to see how she looked while crying. Around this time, Stephanie began mentioning mysterious doctor appointments and vague health concerns. At first, she was coy about the details, dropping hints like breadcrumbs for the family to follow. I don't want to worry anyone, she'd say at family dinner, but the doctor wants to run some additional tests. It's probably nothing. My mother would immediately launch into a panic, demanding details and offering to accompany Stephanie to appointments. My father would grow quiet, his face lined with worry. The attention would remain on Stephanie for the rest of the evening, any mention of wedding plans forgotten. During bridesmaid dress fittings, Stephanie created another scene by claiming she needed a larger size because she was retaining water due to her medical condition. When the seamstress suggested alterations instead, Stephanie became tearful. "You don't understand," she whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "There might be a reason I need extra room in a few months, if you know what I mean." The other bridesmaids immediately swarmed her with questions and congratulations, despite Stephanie's theatrical insistence that it was too early to say anything definite. I watched this performance with growing suspicion, noting how her eyes constantly darted to gauge my reaction. My doubts continued to multiply, but family loyalty kept me from voicing them. Then I found Stephanie's diary while helping my parents clean their attic. I knew I shouldn't read it, but when I saw my and Mark's names repeatedly mentioned, my curiosity overrode my ethics. The entries confirmed my worst fears. Emma always gets everything. The perfect grades, the perfect job, the perfect fiancé. Mom and Dad pretend to be proud of me too, but I see how they look at her. Now she's having this big wedding while I'm still single. It's not fair, but I have a plan that will make everyone forget about Emma's perfect day. By the time I'm done, all anyone will remember about this wedding is me. Another entry detailed her research into creating fake medical documents and her plan to announce a pregnancy and then complications. During wedding festivities to steal the spotlight, she'd even practiced her concerned but brave face in the mirror. I should have confronted her immediately, but part of me couldn't believe my own sister would go this far. I needed more evidence, and unfortunately, Stephanie was about to provide it. As the wedding week arrived and family gathered from across the country, Stephanie's health concerns intensified. She scheduled her dramatic revelation for the rehearsal dinner where she would have the largest audience. I watched her preparations with a growing sense of dread and determination. She had no idea that I knew her plan, nor did she realize how much power I actually held over her life. The stage was set for a confrontation that would change our family forever. The night of the rehearsal dinner, I slipped a folder of financial documents into my purse, irrefutable evidence of my years of support. If Stephanie wanted to play with fire, she was about to learn I controlled the whole damn forest. Our rehearsal dinner was held at the Belmont, an upscale restaurant with a private dining room overlooking the city skyline. Mark and I had chosen it for its intimate atmosphere and exceptional food. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the long mahogany table where 40 of our closest friends and family gathered. The room hummed with conversation and laughter as everyone enjoyed cocktails before the meal. I should have been savoring these moments, but my attention was fixed on Stephanie, who was acting increasingly strange. She kept checking her phone, stepping away from mysterious calls, and whispering with one of her friends who wasn't even part of the wedding party. She'd chosen to wear a form-fitting dress that emphasized her midsection, which she kept rubbing absently, ensuring everyone noticed. "Are you feeling okay, Stephanie?" My mother asked loudly enough for nearby guests to hear. "You seem uncomfortable, sweetheart." "I'm fine, Mom." Stephanie replied with a brave smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Just a little tired. The doctor said I need to rest more in my condition." My mother's eyes widened, and she launched into a hushed but animated conversation with Stephanie. I watched them from across the room, noting how Stephanie strategically positioned herself so most guests could observe their apparently private discussion. Mark approached, handing me a glass of champagne. "Everything okay? You've barely smiled all evening, just wetting nerves." I lied, not wanting to ruin his night with my suspicions. "I'm going to check on the seating arrangements." Instead, I watched Stephanie until she finally put down her phone to visit the restroom. The moment she disappeared down the hallway, I made my move. Her designer purse sat unattended at her place setting, her phone on top, still unlocked. I knew I had perhaps 2 minutes before she returned. My heart pounded as I quickly picked up the phone, feeling like a thief despite being in pursuit of the truth. A text conversation with someone named Jess was open on the screen. "Stephanie. The fake report is perfect. DR's office letterhead and everything. Jess. OMG, are you really going through with this? Stephanie, hell yes." The announcement tonight, then complications during the ceremony. All eyes on me, not Miss Perfect. "Jess, what if someone calls the doctor to check?" "Stephanie, no one would dare. Besides, I'll have a miscarriage after the honeymoon. Perfect timing to ruin their return. Jess, your sister will hate you forever." "Stephanie, she'll get over it. Besides, she has everything else." "I deserve one day where people care about me." I quickly scrolled through more messages, finding photos of the forged pregnancy documents and details of her plan to fake crying spells and eventually a dramatic collapse during our vows. My hands shook with a combination of rage and heartbreak. I quickly took photos of the conversations with my own phone, then returned Stephanie's phone exactly as I found it. When Stephanie returned, our eyes met across the room. I maintained a neutral expression, but something in my gaze must have alarmed her because she quickly looked away and busied herself talking to one of the groomsmen. Dinner was served, and as coffee and dessert arrived, my father stood to make a toast. Just as he raised his glass, Stephanie dramatically placed her hand on her stomach and gasped. The timing was impeccable, interrupting the father of the bride moments before he could praise his daughter on her special weekend. "I'm so sorry," she said, her voice carrying perfectly across the now silent room. "I wasn't going to say anything this weekend because I didn't want to take attention away from Emma and Mark," but she paused for effect, tears welling in her eyes. "I've been having some complications with my pregnancy. The doctors said I need to take it easy, but I wanted to be here for my sister." The room erupted in concerned murmurs. My mother rushed to Stephanie's side while my father stood frozen, toast forgotten. Mark looked at me in confusion, clearly wondering if I'd known about this pregnancy. I felt a strange calm descend over me as I stood up, wine glass in hand. The room gradually quieted as people noticed me preparing to speak. "Thank you for your concern for my sister," I said, my voice steady, "but I think we should clarify something. Stephanie, would you like to tell everyone the truth about your pregnancy, or should I?" Stephanie's face paled, but she recovered quickly. "Emma, I know you're upset about the timing, but this isn't about you for once." I smiled tightly. "You're right. It isn't about me. It's about you lying to everyone in this room." "There is no pregnancy. Is there, Stephanie?" Gasps echoed around the table. Stephanie's expression hardened. "How dare you? Why would I lie about something like this? To ruin my wedding, according to your text with Jess." I held up my phone showing the screenshots I'd taken. The fake doctor's report was a nice touch, very convincing letterhead. Stephanie's face contorted with rage, but then shifted to a smug smile. "You went through my phone. That's a new low, Emma. Always the perfect sister, right? Well, at least I don't pretend to be something I'm not. Everyone thinks you're so successful, but you're just a pathetic control freak who can't stand when someone else gets attention." It was the moment I'd been waiting for. I reached into my purse and pulled out the folder I prepared. "Speaking of control," I said quietly, "did you ever wonder how you could afford that luxury apartment on part-time retail wages, or how our parents magically recovered from near bankruptcy 5 years ago, or where your scholarship came from after you failed half your classes?" Stephanie's smug expression faltered. My mother made a small noise of distress. "Emma, this isn't the time." My father began, but I cut him off. "Actually, this is exactly the time. For years, I've been funding this entire family. The mortgage on your house, Dad, the business recovery grant, Mom's medical bills, Stephanie's apartment, car payments, credit card debt, and the scholarship that mysteriously never required any academic performance." I opened the folder and placed several documents on the table. It's all here. Bank transfers, shell companies, trust arrangements. I own the company that owns your house. I'm the anonymous donor behind Stephanie's scholarship fund. I've paid off her credit card 7 times in the last 3 years. The room had gone completely silent. Mark was staring at me in shock. This was news to him as well. My mother had collapsed into her chair, one hand covering her mouth. My father stood rigidly, his face ashen. Stephanie's expression shifted from confusion to horror as she processed what I was saying. "You're lying," she whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. "The pregnancy report isn't the only fake document in this family, Stephanie. The difference is, mine were created to help you, not hurt you." I turned to address our stunned guests. "I apologize for this family drama. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Mark and I look forward to celebrating with you at our wedding tomorrow, assuming we still have one after all these revelations." As I walked out of the dining room, I heard Stephanie begin to sob, real tears this time, not the performative ones she'd perfected over the years. Part of me felt terrible for exposing her this way, but a larger part felt an overwhelming relief. The web of lies I'd been maintaining for years had become its own trap, and maybe this painful truth was our only way forward. Did your family ever hide important secrets from each other thinking it was for the best? I thought I was protecting everyone, but keeping all these financial arrangements secret just set us up for an even bigger explosion. If you're still with me at this halfway point, drop a comment about whether you think I should have revealed everything earlier, or if you've ever had to make a difficult choice to protect your family. This story is about to take an even more intense turn that I never saw coming. After I left the rehearsal dinner, I drove aimlessly for nearly an hour, ignoring the constant buzzing of my phone. Mark finally reached me with a text that simply read, "I'm at your place whenever you're ready to talk. No pressure, I love you." His simple message broke through my emotional numbness. I drove home to find him waiting on the porch swing, 2 glasses of wine beside him. When I sat down, he didn't pepper me with questions or judgments. He just put his arm around me and waited. "I should have told you." I finally said about the money, about all of it. "Yes, you should have." He agreed quietly. "But I understand why you didn't. You do. Emma, I've watched how your family treats you for 2 years. You're the responsible one. The fixer, the achiever, who never gets the same praise or attention as your sister. You found a way to help them without becoming their ATM or changing how they see you." It wasn't honest, but it was kind in a complicated way. His understanding brought fresh tears to my eyes. "What happens now, that depends. Do you still want to marry me tomorrow?" Despite everything, I laughed. "That's the only thing I'm still sure about." Mark smiled and squeezed my hand. "Then we'll figure out the rest together." My moment of peace was interrupted by my phone ringing again. My father for the 12th time. I finally answered. "We need to talk," he said, his voice grave. "Everyone's at the house, including Stephanie." The emergency family meeting was as uncomfortable as I expected. My parents' living room, the house I'd secretly been paying for, felt suffocating. My mother sat rigid on the sofa, eyes red from crying. My father paced by the fireplace. Stephanie curled in an armchair, looking smaller than I'd seen her in years. "Explain everything." My father demanded the moment I walked in. From the beginning, so I did. I told them about the company acquisition, the money I'd made, discovering their financial troubles, and my elaborate plan to help without changing our family dynamic. I explained the shell companies, the fake scholarship fund, the business grants, and all the times I'd secretly bailout out Stephanie. "Why didn't you just tell us?" My mother asked, her voice breaking. "Why all the deception? Would you have accepted my help?" I countered. "Would it have changed how you treat me compared to Stephanie? Or would I have just become the family bank while still hearing about how special and precious she is?" My father flinched at my words. "We don't favor." "Dad, please," I interrupted. "My entire childhood I heard, 'Why can't you be more like Stephanie when it came to being sociable?' But never, 'Why can't Stephanie be more like Emma when it came to responsibility or achievement?' I paid for her apartment while she dropped out of classes, and you still praised her for her independence while asking why I worked so much." An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Finally, Stephanie spoke. "I didn't know," she said quietly, "about the money. Any of it. That was the point. But why? Why help me when I've been so awful to you?" "Because you're my sister," I said simply. And because I thought if I removed the financial stresses, maybe our family could just be normal. Stephanie unfolded herself from the chair and walked to the center of the room. "I need to tell you all something," she said, her voice steadier than I expected. "Emma's right about the pregnancy. I faked it. I was going to pretend to have complications during the ceremony tomorrow." She swallowed hard, but that's not all. "I also contacted Mark's ex-girlfriend and invited her to object during the ceremony. And I've been trying to get Mark's attention since the day they got engaged." My mother gasped. "Stephanie, how could you?" "Because I'm jealous, okay?" Stephanie's voice rose. "I've always been jealous of Emma. Everyone thinks I was the favorite, but being the favorite just meant no one expected anything from me. Do you know what it's like living in the shadow of someone like her? Perfect grades, perfect career, perfect fiancé. I'm a college dropout working retail at 26, and now I find out I couldn't even manage that without my big sister secretly funding everything." Her raw honesty stunned me. For the first time, I saw my sister not as my rival or the family favorite, but as someone who'd been damaged by the same family dynamic that had hurt me, just in a different way. My father sank into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his 63 years. "We've failed you both," he said quietly. "Emma, we put too much responsibility on you and took you for granted. Stephanie, we didn't give you the structure and expectations you needed to thrive." My mother wiped her eyes. "What happens now? Emma, will you keep supporting us?" The naked anxiety in her question confirmed what I'd always feared. That financial support was the only real value I had to them. Before I could answer, Mark spoke from the doorway where he'd been quietly observing. "I think that's the wrong question, Mrs. Preston," he said gently. "Maybe the first question should be how to rebuild trust in this family, not who's paying for what." I'd never loved him more than in that moment. "The wedding is postponed," I announced. "Mark and I will decide later if and when we reschedule. As for financial support," I took a deep breath. "It stops today, all of it." "But the mortgage," my father began. "You have 2 months of payments left in the account. That's enough time to figure out your next steps. Stephanie, your lease is paid through the end of the month. You can't just cut us off," my mother protested. "I can and I am, not to punish you, but because this arrangement isn't healthy for any of us. I've enabled dependencies that have stunted our growth as a family." My pronouncement was met with shocked silence. Stephanie was the first to recover. "She's right," she said, surprising everyone. "This is a normal or healthy. I need to stand on my own 2 feet for once." In the days that followed, our extended family took sides in the conflict. Some cousins thought I was cruel for cutting off support, while others praised me for finally establishing boundaries. I started seeing a therapist to process my complicated feelings about my family and my role in creating the unhealthy dynamic. Mark stood by me through it all, never judging, always supportive. One night, as we discussed whether to reschedule the wedding or elope, he offered an insight that would change my perspective. "You know what's interesting about your family," he said. "You've all been living according to script about who you are. The responsible one, the favorite, the struggling parents, but none of you chose those roles. You inherited them and never questioned them. So what do?" I asked. "Rewrite the script," he said simply. "All of you." With that thought in mind, I approached the task of rebuilding my family relationships, not as the responsible big sister or secret benefactor, but simply as Emma, figuring it out one day at a time. 1 month after the rehearsal dinner revelation, the full impact of the financial reckoning hit my family like a tidal wave. Stephanie received an eviction notice when she couldn't make her rent payment. Her car, which I'd been making payments on for years, was at risk of repossession. My parents, who had been living in a house they couldn't afford and maintaining a lifestyle beyond their means, faced the harsh reality of their actual financial situation. I maintained my distance, but stayed informed through Mark, who had unexpectedly become the family mediator. He reported that my parents were arguing constantly about money. My mother wanted to ask me for help, my father insisting they needed to solve their own problems for once. "Your dad's looking at retirement account options," Mark told me after having coffee with my father. "And your mom is researching how to sell the house themselves to avoid realtor fees." "And Stephanie?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "She's applied for 7 jobs in the past week. Actual full-time positions, not just retail." I felt a complex mix of emotions. Guilt for their struggles, pride that they were taking action, and lingering hurt from years of family dynamics that had led to this breaking point. After 6 weeks of separation, I agreed to meet my parents for lunch at a modest diner, their choice, which itself signaled a change. My mother had lost weight, and my father's hair seemed grayer, but they both greeted me with genuine warmth rather than the tense formality I'd expected. "We've been working with a financial advisor," my father said, after we ordered, "creating a realistic budget based on our actual income, not supplements. We should have done this years ago," my mother added. "We're selling the house, found a nice condo that's within our means." I nodded, surprised by their pragmatic approach. "That sounds sensible." "Emma," my father said, leaning forward, "we owe you an apology, not just for taking your money without knowing, but for all the years before that we placed too much responsibility on you and gave too little structure to Stephanie. We see that now. We've started family therapy," my mother added. "All three of us. We'd like you to join when you're ready." Their humility and self-awareness caught me off guard. I'd expected defensiveness or manipulation, not genuine accountability. After lunch, Mark suggested a compromise that surprised me. "What if you set up a proper, transparent financial arrangement, not secretly funding everything, but maybe helping with specific things with clear boundaries?" "Like what?" "Like offering to help your parents with a down payment on the condo as a gift, not a secret payment. Or helping Stephanie with tuition if she goes back to school, but with clear academic requirements." The idea had merit. It would allow me to help my family without enabling dependency or resentment. After consideration, I called a family meeting at Mark's house, neutral territory, to discuss the path forward. Stephanie arrived first, looking noticeably different. Gone were the designer clothes and perfectly styled hair. She wore jeans and a simple blouse, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. "I got a job," she announced without preamble, "at Westfield Architecture. Mark's friend Carlos hired me as an office manager." "That's great," I said, genuinely pleased. "How is it going?" "Hard," she admitted. "I've never had to be somewhere at 8 a.m. every day actually accountable for things, but I kind of like it. Having structure, I mean." My parents arrived next, bringing a folder of financial documents. "We've worked out a budget," my father explained, "based solely on our income and the equity we'll get from downsizing. And we'd like your input," my mother added, "not your money." I reviewed their plans, impressed by their thoroughness. The condo they'd found was modest but nice, and their new budget accounted for all necessities while eliminating luxuries they'd grown accustomed to. "This looks solid," I said, returning the folder. "I'd like to make a proposal, though." I outlined a limited support plan, a one-time gift to help with the condo down payment, contingent on them sticking to their budget, tuition assistance for Stephanie if she returned to school, contingent on maintaining OB average, and a small emergency fund for true family crises administered by an independent trustee. "This isn't an ATM arrangement," I clarified. "These are specific supports with clear boundaries and expectations." To my surprise, my father shook his head. "We appreciate the offer, but we need to do this ourselves for now. Maybe revisit in a year when we've proven to ourselves as much as to you that we can be financially responsible." Their refusal of my help was perhaps the strongest evidence that real change was occurring. As we continued talking, another revelation emerged. Stephanie had been stealing from our parents for years, taking cash from their wallets and business, contributing to their financial problems. "I'd convinced myself they owed it to me," she admitted, not meeting anyone's eyes. "I never thought of it as stealing." The admission stunned me. All this time I'd been secretly supporting everyone, and Stephanie had been secretly undermining that support. The dysfunction ran deeper than I'd realized. After the meeting, Stephanie asked to speak with me privately. We walked to a nearby park, sitting on a bench overlooking a small pond. "I hit rock bottom last week," she said, watching ducks glide across the water. "Got down to my last $20. No credit, no savings, nothing. I went to a pawn shop to sell Mom's bracelet that I'd borrowed." "Did you sell it?" She shook her head. "I couldn't go through with it. That's when I realized how far I'd fallen, ready to sell a stolen family heirloom for cash. I walked out and applied for jobs all day instead." Her vulnerability cracked something open in me. For the first time in years, maybe ever, we were having an honest conversation without pretense or competition. I never wanted to hurt you, she continued. Not really. I just wanted what you had, not the money but the confidence, the certainty. You always know who you are and what you want. I laughed softly. That's the biggest myth about me. I've been terrified and uncertain plenty of times, I just didn't show it. Why not? Because I was the responsible one. The achiever. That was my role. And I was the screw-up, Stephanie said quietly. The eternal child who couldn't be trusted with responsibility. We sat in silence, contemplating how we'd both been constrained by these family-assigned identities. I found your journal. I admitted. That's how I knew about the fake pregnancy plan. Instead of anger, Stephanie looked relieved. I'm glad you did. I don't think I would have had the courage to stop myself. As sunset painted the sky in vibrant oranges and pinks, Stephanie reached over and took my hand. I'm sorry for everything. I want to be better, not like you. I'll never be like you, but a better version of me. I squeezed her hand. I'd like to know that version of Stephanie. Walking back, I realized Mark was right. We were rewriting the script, creating new possibilities for who we could be as individuals and as a family. The process would be messy and imperfect, but for the first time in years, it felt authentic. 6 months after the dramatic rehearsal dinner revelation, I stood in the small dressing room of a beachside venue, adjusting my simple white dress. Mark and I had decided to move forward with a much smaller, more intimate wedding, 40 guests instead of 200, a local restaurant reception instead of a hotel ballroom, wildflowers instead of elaborate arrangements. You look beautiful, my mother said from the doorway. Our relationship had transformed over the past months. Without the secret financial ties and with the help of family therapy, we began developing a more honest connection. She was learning to see me as a complete person rather than just the responsible one, and I was learning to share my vulnerabilities with her. Is Stephanie here? I asked, trying to sound casual. My mother nodded. She's helping arrange the chairs on the beach. She's nervous about seeing you. Stephanie was not in my wedding party this time. That trust would take longer to rebuild. But I had invited her as a guest, a first step toward healing. The changes in our family over 6 months had been remarkable. My parents had sold their large house and moved into a comfortable condo they could actually afford. My father had taken a part-time consulting position to supplement his income, and my mother had started a small online business selling handcrafted jewelry. They weren't wealthy, but they were making ends meet, honestly. Stephanie had surprised everyone with her transformation. Still working at Westfield Architecture, she'd received her first promotion and was taking evening classes to complete her business degree. She lived in a modest apartment with a roommate, drove a used car she'd purchased herself, and was slowly building her credit score through responsible financial habits. Our family therapy sessions had been challenging, but enlightening. We'd uncovered patterns of behavior that stretched back generations. My father's parents had favored his younger brother, creating the template he unconsciously replicated with his own daughters. My mother's family had valued appearance over substance, explaining her discomfort with financial transparency. These insights didn't excuse the dysfunction, but they helped us understand and address it. Mark and I had established clear boundaries about future family financial support. We'd created a small education fund for Stephanie with specific conditions. She needed to maintain her grades, continue therapy, and demonstrate financial responsibility. For my parents, we offered matching contributions to a retirement account, encouraging their independence while providing a safety net. It's time, my father said, appearing at the door. He looked different, his posture more relaxed, his smile more genuine. Ready. I took his arm, and we made our way down to the beach where chairs had been arranged in a semicircle facing the ocean. Mark waited near the water's edge, handsome in his light gray suit. Our closest friends and family members turned to watch as my father walked me down the sandy aisle. I spotted Stephanie in the second row, wearing a simple blue dress, her hair loose around her shoulders. Our eyes met briefly, and she gave me a small, sincere smile. Not the performative grin she'd perfected over the years, but something real and a little sad. The ceremony was brief and heartfelt. Mark and I exchanged vows we'd written ourselves, promising honesty, partnership, and growth. As we sealed our marriage with a kiss, I felt a sense of rightness that had been missing from our original wedding plans. This ceremony reflected who we truly were, not who we thought we should be. At the reception, held at a local restaurant overlooking the water, Stephanie approached me hesitantly during the meal. "Congratulations," she said, keeping a respectful distance. "Everything was beautiful. Thank you for coming," I replied. "It means a lot." An awkward silence stretched between us until Stephanie took a deep breath. "I have something for you, not a wedding gift exactly, but well here." She handed me an envelope. Inside was a business plan, meticulously researched, professionally presented for a small graphic design company she wanted to launch after completing her degree. "I'm not asking for funding," she clarified quickly. "I just wanted your opinion, as someone who built something successful." I was touched by the gesture and what it represented. "Stephanie is seeking my input as an equal, not manipulation or competition." "I'd be happy to review it," I said. "Maybe we could get coffee next week to discuss it." Her face lit up with genuine pleasure. "I'd like that." Later, during the toasts, Stephanie surprised everyone by standing and asking to speak. Mark squeezed my hand as she nervously approached the microphone. "I'm not in the wedding party," she began, "and there are good reasons for that. But I wanted to say something to my sister and Mark." She paused, collecting herself. "Emma, you've always been my benchmark, the person I measured myself against and always fell short. It made me resent you instead of recognizing how much I could learn from you. What I've realized over these past months is that your success didn't take anything away from me. Your light doesn't diminish mine, it can help me find my own path." Tears pricked my eyes as she continued. "Mark, thank you for loving my sister and for your kindness to our family, even when we didn't deserve it. And thank you both for giving me the chance to be here today, to witness the beginning of your life together." She raised her glass. "To Emma and Mark, may your honesty with each other create the foundation for a lifetime of happiness." After the toasts, while Mark danced with my mother, my father sat beside me at the table. "I have a confession," he said quietly. "I knew about your financial support earlier than you think. Not the extent of it, but I suspected." "How?" I asked, surprised. "The timing was too convenient. Our business troubles easing right when your company was acquired." But I didn't say anything because he looked away embarrassed. Because it was easier not to, I let pride and shame keep me from having an honest conversation with my own daughter. "We all made mistakes, Dad." I said gently. He nodded. "But we're finding our way now, aren't we?" "As a family?" "Yes," I agreed. "I think we are." Our honeymoon was simple. A week at a quiet resort in the Caribbean where Mark and I swam, read books, and talked about our future. We discussed having children someday and how we would approach parenting differently than our own families had. "We'll make different mistakes," Mark pointed out pragmatically. "No parent is perfect." "True," I agreed, "but we'll be honest about them. No family secrets, no assigned roles, no financial deceptions, even well-intentioned ones." On our last evening, watching the sunset from our balcony, I reflected on the journey of the past year. The fake pregnancy report that had been meant to ruin my wedding had ultimately saved our family by forcing us to confront truths we'd all been avoiding. Stephanie's jealousy and my secret financial control had been symptoms of a deeper dysfunction that had finally been brought to light. When we returned home, I followed through on my promise to review Stephanie's business plan. We met at a coffee shop and I was impressed by the thought she'd put into her concept. "This is really good," I told her honestly. "You've identified a solid niche and your financial projections are conservative but promising." "Really?" Her face lit up with pride. "I've been researching business programs. I won't apply for my MBA after I finish my bachelor's degree. I think you'd be excellent at it," I said, meaning it. "Have you thought about applying for scholarships?" "Actually, yes. I've already submitted applications for 3 merit-based programs." She smiled wryly. "Real ones this time." As we continued discussing her plans, I realized we were having our first conversation as adults, not as the responsible sister and the favorite, not as the achiever and the screw-up, but as two women finding their way in the world, connected by blood and increasingly by choice. 6 months later, Stephanie was accepted into a competitive business program with a partial scholarship. My parents had settled comfortably into their new, more modest lifestyle. Mark and I had bought a new house with a guest room that had already hosted each family member for visits. The journey wasn't perfect. We still had disagreements and moments of falling back into old patterns, but the foundation had shifted from secrets and resentment to honesty and growth. The sister who had once faked a pregnancy to ruin my wedding was now someone I spoke with weekly, sharing advice and genuine connection. The parents who had once unknowingly accepted my financial support now stood proudly on their own feet with appropriate boundaries and transparent communication. As for me, I was learning that being the fixer, the responsible one, wasn't my only identity. I could be vulnerable, ask for help, make mistakes, and still be valued. The control I'd maintained through secret financial support had been an illusion that ultimately hurt everyone, including myself. Real control, I discovered, came from honesty about who we are, what we need, and how we show up for each other. And sometimes, the greatest gift we can give our family isn't money or security, but the truth, however uncomfortable it might be. Have you ever experienced a family betrayal that ended up transforming your relationships for the better? My sister's attempt to ruin my wedding actually saved our family by forcing us to confront truths we'd all been avoiding. If this story resonated with you, please hit that like button and subscribe to hear more family drama and resolution stories like mine. Share this video with someone who might be struggling with family dynamics of their own. Sometimes knowing we're not alone in these complicated relationships can be incredibly healing. Drop a comment below about your own family karma moments, and thank you for staying with me through this entire journey. Remember, sometimes what looks like an ending is actually the beginning of something much better. Until next time. Story 6. My name is Samantha Hayes, 35, and I'm standing at the back of my brother's Navy SEAL ceremony in civilian clothes, invisible to my family who thinks I'm a military dropout. The irony? I'm a colonel in Air Force Special Operations. For national security reasons, I've kept my career secret for years. As I scan the crowd, I notice my brother Jack's commanding general looking in my direction, his eyes widening in recognition. Before I tell you what happened next, let me know where you're watching from. Drop a like if you've ever had to hide your success from people who doubted you. Growing up in San Diego, as the daughter of retired Navy Captain Thomas Hayes meant military excellence wasn't just encouraged, it was expected. Our home was adorned with naval memorabilia, and dinner conversations revolved around maritime strategy and military history. My father's booming voice would fill our dining room with tales of his deployments, his eyes gleaming with pride as my younger brother Jack absorbed every word. I listened too, equally fascinated, but somehow my enthusiasm was never quite received the same way. Samantha has a sharp mind. My father would tell his Navy buddies who visited, but lacks the discipline for service. This assessment stung particularly because I'd spent my entire childhood dreaming of following his footsteps. I ran before school each morning, studied naval tactics from his bookshelves, and applied to the Naval Academy with perfect grades and test scores. When I was accepted, it was the proudest day of my life. My father actually hugged me, something rare enough to make the moment feel monumental. "Don't waste this opportunity," he said. His voice gruff with what I hoped was emotion. The academy was everything I'd hoped for, challenging and fulfilling. I excelled in strategy courses and physical training, graduating in the top percentile for both. What my family never knew was that, during my third year, I was quietly approached by intelligence officers who had noticed my aptitude in several key areas. They offered me a position in a classified program that required immediate transition and absolute secrecy. The program demanded I create a cover story. The officers suggested the simplest explanation that I'd washed out of the academy. It would be believable enough. Many talented candidates didn't make it through and would draw minimal attention. I agreed, believing my family would eventually learn the truth when my assignment allowed. I couldn't have been more wrong. "I just don't understand how you could throw it all away," my mother Eleanor said during my first visit home after the dropout. Her disappointment manifested in tight lips and averted eyes. "Your father pulled strings to get you considered." "I didn't ask him to," I replied quietly, the classified nature of my new position sealing my lips from sharing anything meaningful. My father was worse. He didn't rage or lecture. He simply stopped talking about me. When relatives asked about his children, he'd light up discussing Jack's accomplishments at the academy, where he was following the traditional path I'd supposedly abandoned, and then changed the subject when my name arose. Thanksgiving dinners became exercises and endurance. "Jack's been selected for advanced tactical training," my father would announce, slicing the turkey with precision. "Top of his class, we're so proud," my mother would add, her hand resting on Jack's shoulder while her eyes slid past me. "It's comforting when your children find their purpose." My cousin Melanie, always tactless, once asked directly across the table, "So Sam, are you still working that administrative job at the insurance company?" This was the cover story I'd maintained, a boring corporate position that discouraged further questions. "Yes," I answered, swallowing both the lie and my pride. "Still there. Good benefits, I guess." She replied with a thin smile that conveyed volumes about her assessment of my life choices. Meanwhile, my actual career was advancing at an extraordinary pace. I couldn't tell them about the night operations in countries officially untouched by American forces. I couldn't mention the intelligence I'd gathered that had saved countless lives or the commendations accumulating in a secure facility rather than on my wall. I couldn't explain the months of silence when I was unreachable because I was operating deep undercover. Each success in my classified world seemed to parallel a disappointment in my family's eyes. When I was promoted to major, my parents were discussing how Jack had been selected for an elite training program. When I received a silver star in a private ceremony, my mother was lamenting to her friends about her daughter who just didn't apply herself. Jack himself wasn't unkind. He simply followed our parents' lead, growing increasingly distant as our supposed life paths diverged. Occasionally, he'd call with news of his accomplishments, always ending with an awkward, "So, how's the office job?" I'd murmur congratulations and offer vague updates about my fictional corporate life, hating every second of the deception. Years passed this way, with the divide growing wider. I developed a thick skin about my family's perception, focusing instead on my missions and the difference I was making. But deep down, the pain of being the family disappointment never fully subsided. Every achievement in my secret life was shadowed by the knowledge that the people who should be proudest didn't even know. My transition from Naval Academy student to Air Force Special Operations was abrupt and intense. While my family believed I was licking my wounds and settling for civilian mediocrity, I was actually undergoing some of the most rigorous training the military offers. The program that recruited me specialized in intelligence gathering and analysis with direct tactical applications, a rare combination that suited my particular skills. The training facility was located in an unmarked compound in Virginia, where days began at 4 a.m. and often ended after midnight. Physical conditioning was merely the foundation. The real work involved learning to process and analyze intelligence in real-time crisis situations, often while experiencing extreme physical stress or sleep deprivation. "Hey, your mind works differently," my instructor, Major Lawrence, noted after I solved a particularly complex intelligence simulation. "You see patterns where others see chaos." This aptitude accelerated my progress through the program. While most trainees required 18 months to complete the course, I finished in 11. My first assignment came immediately after a low-profile intelligence-gathering operation in Eastern Europe, where Russian influence was creating concerning ripple effects. Colonel Diana Patterson became my mentor during this period. A pioneering woman in special operations, she recognized something in me that reminded her of herself. "The system isn't built for us," she told me frankly during a debriefing. "But that's precisely why we succeed in it. We approach problems from angles others don't consider." Under her guidance, I learned to navigate not just the operational challenges, but also the unique difficulties of being a woman in this elite space. She taught me to use others' underestimation as an advantage, to speak with quiet authority rather than volume, and to build networks of trust that transcended the usual military hierarchies. By my fourth year, I had been promoted twice and led my own intelligence team in operations spanning 3 continents. My specialty became extracting critical information in environments where traditional intelligence assets couldn't operate. One particular mission in Syria resulted in intelligence that prevented a major terrorist attack on European soil. The classified commendations cited my exceptional judgment under extreme pressure and innovative tactical approach. Yet each time I received recognition within my classified world, the contrast with my family life became more painful. I attended awards ceremonies alone, watching other officers embrace their proud families. I celebrated promotions with colleagues who knew only pieces of my story, never the full picture. And I continued to maintain my cover as an unremarkable corporate drone during increasingly infrequent family visits. Congratulations on your promotion to team lead in customer service, my mother said during one phone call, clearly making an effort to show interest in what she believed was my career. I had actually just been promoted to lieutenant colonel after a successful counter-terrorism operation in Somalia. Thanks, Mom, I replied, hating the deception. It's just a small step up. The operational security requirements of my position meant maintaining absolute secrecy. Even as I rose to command larger teams and more sensitive missions, my cover story remained in place. Only a handful of high-ranking officers knew my complete service record, while most who worked with me knew only the portions relevant to our joint operations. By the time I reached the rank of colonel at age 34, an accomplishment that placed me among the youngest to achieve this rank, I had led operations in over a dozen countries and saved countless lives through intelligence work. My specialty in counter-terrorism had expanded to include disrupting human trafficking networks and preventing hostile cyber operations against critical infrastructure. What made my rapid rise even more remarkable was achieving it while facing the additional challenges women in special operations encounter. I navigated skepticism from some traditional military circles, adopted to equipment and tactical approaches designed for male physiology, and developed leadership styles that commanded respect in environments where female leaders were still relatively rare. Through it all, I carried the strange burden of my family's disappointment. Each time I returned from a classified deployment to attend a holiday gathering or family event, I stepped back into the role of Sam the underachiever. I became adept at deflecting questions about my work with vague corporate jargon and redirecting conversations to Jack's increasingly impressive naval career. The weight of these dual identities grew heavier with each passing year. There were moments when the deception felt unbearable, like when my father made a passing comment about people who couldn't cut it in real service, or when distant relatives asked patronizing questions about when I might find direction in my life. But my commitment to national security and the missions I led always silenced the impulse to reveal the truth. The work was too important, the stakes too high. If maintaining my family's disappointment was the price for operational security, I would continue to pay it, regardless of the personal cost. Last Thanksgiving marked a particular low point in my relationship with my family. I just returned from coordinating a joint intelligence operation with NATO forces, 36 sleepless hours of tension that ultimately prevented a significant security breach. Instead of recovery time, I went straight to my parents' house, exchanging tactical gear for civilian clothes and the hypervigilance of command for the different tension of family dinner. My father stood at the head of the table, crystal glass raised in a toast. To Jack, he announced, his voice carrying the captain's authority that never quite left him, whose selection for the elite SEAL training program continues our family's tradition of excellence in service. Everyone raised their glasses. My mother beamed with pride, her eyes glistening. "We couldn't be prouder," she added. I joined the toast sincerely. Jack's accomplishment was significant, and despite our strained relationship, I respected his dedication. But as glasses clinked and congratulations flowed, my mother leaned toward her sister and whispered just loudly enough for me to hear, "At least one of our children is making us proud." The comments sliced through me despite years of developing thick skin. I excused myself to the kitchen, ostensibly to help with dessert, but really to compose myself. My cousin Melanie followed, cornering me by the refrigerator. "So still pushing papers at that insurance company?" she asked, sipping her wine with an air of superiority. Melanie had recently been promoted at her law firm and never missed an opportunity to highlight the contrast in our careers. "Something like that," I replied, focusing on arranging pie slices rather than meeting her gaze. You know, my firm has an opening in our administrative department, she offered with faux generosity. Probably pays better than what you're making. I could put in a word. I thanked her politely while imagining how she might react if she knew I'd just briefed the Joint Chiefs of Staff the previous week. The dinner conversation shifted to a recent military operation that had made national news, an operation I had actually helped coordinate from the intelligence side. I sat silently as my father and uncle analyzed what little information had been released to the public, both confidently incorrect about how the mission had unfolded. If they'd approached from the eastern perimeter instead, my father declared with authority, they could have avoided that initial resistance. I took a long sip of water, knowing the eastern perimeter had been deliberately avoided. Due to intelligence, I'd personally verified about hidden surveillance systems. The urge to correct him burned in my throat, but I swallowed it with my water. After dinner, Jack announced his engagement to his girlfriend, Allison, a naval medical officer he'd met during his training. The family erupted in celebration. Champagne appeared, toasts multiplied, and my mother immediately began discussing wedding plans. In the midst of this joyful chaos, my secure phone vibrated with the pattern that indicated highest priority. I slipped away to the guest bedroom to check the message, immediate deployment orders. A situation had developed that required my specific expertise with extraction scheduled in 3 hours. I returned to the celebration, pulling Jack aside to offer genuine congratulations and explained that a work emergency required me to leave immediately. His face fell in disappointment tinged with familiar judgment. Seriously, Sam, it's my engagement celebration. What kind of insurance emergency happens on Thanksgiving night? I'm sorry, I said, meaning it completely but unable to explain further. I wouldn't leave if it wasn't absolutely necessary. My parents reacted with the resigned disappointment I'd grown accustomed to. Of course Samantha has to leave, my mother said to the relatives, not bothering to lower her voice. Her priorities have always been different. I caught my father's head shake as I gathered my coat, the subtle gesture of disapproval that had followed me since childhood. As I drove away, the family continued celebrating without me while I prepared mentally for the classified operation ahead. The mission kept me deployed through Christmas and into the new year. When I finally returned, I learned that my absence had become a focal point of family discussion. Jack's engagement party had been held without me, and my failure to attend had been interpreted as further evidence of my disregard for family. Your brother was hurt, my mother informed me during a tense phone call. After everything he's accomplished, the least you could do is show up for his important moments. What she couldn't know was that during his engagement party, I had been leading a critical intelligence operation that resulted in the rescue of kidnapped aid workers. The mission earned me another commendation, one that would remain in a classified file rather than on my mantle. The growing divide between my professional success and personal failure created an increasingly unbearable tension. Each family interaction became more strained, each deception more painful. As Jack's seal ceremony approached, I found myself at a breaking point, torn between my duty to national security and my crumbling relationship with my family. The day of Jack's seal ceremony dawned clear and bright, perfect Southern California, weather that seemed to mock my inner turmoil. I deliberated for weeks about whether to attend, knowing my presence would be scrutinized by a family increasingly frustrated with what they perceived as my indifference to Jack's achievements. My decision to go wasn't simple. I requested a rare day of leave from my duties, arranged secure transport, and carefully selected civilian clothes that would allow me to blend in while still maintaining appropriate military bearing. A habit, too, ingrained to break even in this context. The Naval Special Warfare Command facility gleamed in the morning sun as I approached. I instinctively cataloged security positions and protocols, my trained eyes noticing details most civilians would miss. This awareness reminded me how far I was from the person my family believed me to be. I arrived deliberately late, slipping into the back row as families claimed seats near the front. My parents occupied prominent positions in the family section, my father wearing his dress uniform with the pride of a naval captain whose son was following his distinguished path. My mother sat beside him, elegant in a navy blue dress, her posture reflecting the military precision she'd absorbed through decades of marriage to my father. The ceremony proceeded with the characteristic discipline and tradition of naval special warfare. Each element, from the presentation of colors to the precise movements of the honor guard, followed protocols I knew intimately from my own classified ceremonies. The difference was that today's event was public, celebrated openly with proud families and commemorative programs, unlike the clandestine recognition of my own achievements. As the ceremony progressed, I found myself analyzing the security perimeter out of professional habit while simultaneously absorbing the significance of Jack's accomplishment. Becoming a SEAL represented years of grueling training and exceptional dedication, a fact I appreciated perhaps more fully than anyone else in my family could. Midway through the ceremony, I noticed a familiar face on the platform, Rear Admiral Wilson, who had commanded joint operations where my intelligence team had provided critical support. He was scheduled to deliver remarks as part of the leadership cadre. Seeing him triggered an immediate internal alert. Admiral Wilson was one of the few high-ranking officers who knew my complete service record and true rank. I shifted slightly in my seat, angling myself to become less visible from the stage. The movement was subtle, the kind of adjustment intelligence officers make instinctively to avoid recognition when necessary. For a moment, I believed I had successfully minimized my presence. Then came Jack's moment of recognition. He stood tall as his accomplishments were read, his face composed in the disciplined expression of a warrior receiving honors. Despite our complicated relationship, pride swelled in my chest. Whatever else had transpired between us, my brother had earned this moment through genuine merit and determination. As applause followed Jack's recognition, I allowed myself to relax marginally, a mistake in retrospect. My slight movement caught Admiral Wilson's eye during his scan of the audience. I watched his expression change as recognition dawned, first confusion, then certainty, then an unmistakable reaction to finding a highly decorated Air Force Special Operations colonel sitting anonymously in civilian clothes at a Navy SEAL ceremony. Our eyes locked momentarily. In that brief exchange, I conveyed a silent request for discretion that military personnel of our rank and experience understand implicitly. The Admiral gave an almost imperceptible nod, and I believed the moment had passed without incident. The ceremony continued with the remaining recognitions and formal remarks. I began calculating my exit strategy, planning to congratulate Jack briefly before departing to avoid extended family interaction. But as the formal portion concluded and families began moving toward their graduating SEALs, I noticed Admiral Wilson conversing with another officer while gesturing subtly in my direction. My internal alarm sharpened. The second officer, Commander Brooks, had also worked with my team during a joint counter-terrorism operation the previous year. Now both men were looking in my direction with the particular expression of military leadership preparing to acknowledge a fellow officer. I began moving toward the exit, hoping to evade the approaching confrontation, but the crowd's movement blocked my path. As families surged forward to congratulate their graduates, I found myself inadvertently pushed toward the area where Jack stood with my parents rather than toward the exit I'd been targeting. In that moment of navigational confusion, Admiral Wilson reached me, his commanding presence parting the crowd around us. I straightened instinctively, muscle memory responding to the presence of a superior officer despite my civilian clothes. What happened next would permanently alter my family's perception and change the course of our relationships forever. Colonel Hayes, Admiral Wilson's voice carried clearly above the post-ceremony chatter. I didn't expect to see you here today. The title echoed in the space around us, turning heads. My parents, standing just feet away beside Jack, froze in confusion. Admiral Wilson, I responded, automatically assuming the formal posture ingrained through years of military service. It's good to see you, sir. Last time was that joint operation in the Gulf, wasn't it? He continued, either unaware of or unconcerned about my family's proximity, Your intelligence was impeccable as always, saved a lot of lives. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. Jack's expression transformed from celebration to bewilderment. My father stood rigid, his brow furrowed and deepened in confusion. "Colonel," my father finally spoke, the words sounding foreign on his tongue when directed at me. "There must be some mistake." Admiral Wilson turned, noticing my family for the first time. Recognition flashed across his face as he took in my father's decorated Navy uniform. "Captain Hayes," he acknowledged with respect before turning back to me with raised eyebrows. "They don't know." Before I could respond, Commander Brooks approached, extending his hand. "Colonel Hayes, your team's work on the Antalya operation was remarkable. We've implemented your extraction protocols across 3 divisions now." The reality of my position was materializing around us like a photograph developing in solution, becoming clearer with each passing second. My carefully maintained cover, the story of professional mediocrity I'd cultivated for years, was dissolving in real time. "Samantha," my mother's voice trembled with confusion. "What are they talking about?" Admiral Wilson assessed the situation with the quick comprehension of a seasoned commander. "Captain Hayes, Mrs. Hayes," he addressed my parents directly. "Your daughter is one of our most valuable assets in special operations. Her work in intelligence and counter-terrorism has been extraordinary. That's not possible," my father stated flatly. "Samantha left the Naval Academy. She works in insurance. Air Force, not Navy," Admiral Wilson corrected, "and at a rank that reflects exceptional service. The insurance work would be her cover story, fairly standard in her division." Jack stepped forward, his new SEAL Triad gleaming on his uniform. "Sam, is this true?" The moment of decision had arrived without warning or preparation. Years of secrecy pressed against the sudden exposure, creating a disorienting pressure. But as I looked at my family's confused faces, I recognized that continuing the deception was no longer an option. "Yes," I confirmed simply. "It's true." My father's expression cycled through disbelief, confusion, and the beginning glimmers of reassessment. "You're actually a colonel. In the Air Force, Special Operations Command, Intelligence Division." I specified the words, feeling strange after years of careful avoidance. "I was recruited from the academy directly into a classified program." The dropout story was my cover. Other officers who recognized me had begun to drift over, creating an impromptu gathering that made the revelation increasingly public. A major from Joint Special Operations nodded respectfully in my direction. "Colonel Hayes's analysis changed our entire approach in the Mogadishu intervention." My mother looked physically unsteady. "All this time when we thought—" "I couldn't tell you," I said quietly. "Most of my work is classified at the highest levels. The cover story was a requirement, not a choice." Jack's expression had transformed completely, shifting from confusion to a growing understanding that only another military professional could fully grasp. "That's why you missed my engagement party." "Coordinating an extraction of exposed assets in Eastern Europe," I confirmed. "It couldn't wait, and I couldn't explain." My father, ever the Navy man, had regained his composure and was processing the information with military precision. "What's your security clearance level?" "Higher than I can specify in this setting," I answered, the response itself confirming more than the words contained. Around us, the crowd continued to celebrate, largely oblivious to the family drama unfolding in our small circle. But within that circle, years of misperception were crumbling under the weight of revealed truth. Admiral Wilson, sensing the personal nature of the moment, prepared to withdraw. "Captain Hayes, you should be proud. Your daughter's service record is exceptional. The details are classified, but the value is beyond question." He turned to me with a respectful nod. "Colonel, I'll see you at next month's Joint Operations briefing." As he departed, the protective barrier between my two worlds, the accomplished military officer and the family disappointment, had been irrevocably breached. Standing before my family in civilian clothes, but now recognized as Colonel Hayes, I felt exposed in a way that countless high-risk operations had never made me feel. "Why would you let us believe you'd failed?" my mother asked, hurt evident in her voice. "It wasn't about what you believed," I explained carefully. "It was about operational security. The fewer people who knew, the safer the operations and the people involved." My father, processing this revelation with decades of military experience, was beginning to understand the magnitude of what had been hidden. To reach colonel at your age in special operations, Jack, with his own military training, was connecting dots fastest. Those unexplained absences, the vague explanations. That time you showed up at Christmas with what looked like shrapnel wounds you claimed were from a car accident. Not a car accident, I confirmed quietly. As reality settled around us, I watched my family recalibrating years of perceptions and judgments. The disappointment they had carried and the disappointment I had endured was transforming into something else entirely, something yet undefined but irrevocably changed. "We have a lot to talk about," my father said finally, his voice carrying the weight of a man discovering he had been wrong about a fundamental truth. "Yes," I agreed. "We do." The family dinner following Jack's ceremony took place at an upscale restaurant near the base, a celebration planned long before the day's revelations. What should have been exclusively focused on Jack's achievement had now become something else entirely. The first honest family gathering of my adult life. We sat at a private table in the corner, security conscious even now. My father ordered wine with uncharacteristic generosity, perhaps recognizing that this conversation required social lubrication. Silence hung heavily as menus were studied with unusual intensity, everyone avoiding the elephant in the room until the waiter departed with our orders. So my father began, setting his water glass down with precision, a colonel. It wasn't a question, but I nodded confirmation. "That's remarkably fast advancement," he continued. The career military officer and him automatically calculating the timeline, especially for someone in. He lowered his voice, special operations. It was a unique path, I acknowledged. The program I was recruited into accelerates promotion timelines based on field performance rather than standard time and grade requirements. My mother, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke. "All those times we thought you were being flaky or irresponsible, disappearing from family events, being unreachable for days. I was deployed," I finished for her. "Often in locations I can't name, doing things I still can't discuss." Jack leaned forward, professional curiosity mixing with brotherly reassessment. "That scar on your shoulder from 2 Christmases ago?" "Kabul," I said simply. "Extraction operation went sideways." My father's face tightened. The career naval officer understood immediately what went sideways typically meant. "And we were giving you grief about missing family photos." My mother whispered, horror dawning in her expression. The conversation paused as our salads arrived. When the waiter departed again, my father asked the question that clearly bothered him most. "Why the Air Force? You were at the Naval Academy." I had to smile slightly, of course that would be his first substantive question. The program that recruited me operated jointly but was administratively housed under Air Force Special Operations. The work suited my particular skills, regardless of branch. "Which are," he pressed, "intelligence analysis under high-pressure conditions, pattern recognition in asymmetric environments, asset development and management, some other specialties I can't detail." Jack whistled softly. "That's the heavy stuff, Sam." My mother was struggling to reconcile the daughter she thought she knew with this new reality. "But why couldn't you tell us anything? We're your family, operational security," I explained gently. "The nature of my work means that knowledge of my real position could potentially endanger operations or expose networks. The cover story was created and maintained by the program, not by my choice. For 12 years, my father challenged. The hurt beneath his question evident despite his military bearing. Not one word of truth. That's the job. Dad, I said simply. You of all people should understand that some positions require complete compartmentalization. He fell silent, military discipline acknowledging what the father and him wanted to deny. The main course arrived, providing another brief reprieve from the intensity of the conversation. As we began eating, Jack broke the tension with a short laugh. "So, all those times I was bragging about my promotions and assignments. You were talking to someone who was briefing Joint Chiefs." I finished with a small smile. "God, I must have sounded like such an idiot," he groaned. "You didn't," I assured him. "Your accomplishments are real and significant. Different operational areas, different challenges." My mother set down her fork, her food barely touched. I keep thinking about all the things we said to you over the years. The disappointment we expressed, the judgments. You didn't know, I said. You couldn't have. But we should have trusted you. She insisted, tears gathering. We should have seen that there was more happening than what appeared on the surface. Instead, we just wrote you off. The raw truth of her statement hung in the air. They had written me off, creating a narrative of the disappointing daughter that fit the limited information they had. My father, always less comfortable with emotional displays, redirected slightly. Your upcoming promotion. Admiral Wilson mentioned a briefing next month. Are you being considered for Brigadier General? I confirmed quietly. It's not finalized yet. His eyebrows rose sharply. At your age, that would be unusual, I acknowledged. The recommendation is based on the Tavros operation results. That's all I can say about it. My mother wiped her eyes. And we wouldn't have known about this either, if today hadn't happened. I hesitated, then admitted the truth. Probably not the details now. You might have eventually learned I was military, but specifics about rank and position would have remained classified. The meal continued with questions I could answer intermingled with ones I couldn't. The boundaries of classified information remained even in this new openness, creating an imperfect but vastly improved communication. For the first time, my family was seeing the outline of my real life, even if many details remained in shadow. After dinner, my parents invited me back to their home, a gesture that felt significant after years of emotional distance. In their living room, my mother disappeared briefly before returning with a dusty box. I kept these, she said, setting it between us, even though I didn't understand why you'd want them. Inside were mementos from my academy days. My midshipman's cap, academic awards, photographs, items that would have made no sense to preserve for someone who had supposedly failed out, yet she had kept them anyway. Some part of me never believed the story, she admitted quietly. It didn't fit the daughter I raised, but I couldn't imagine an alternative explanation. My father, after several drinks and hours of processing, had grown unusually reflective. I was hardest on you, he acknowledged, military directness applied now to personal failing. When we thought you'd washed out, I took it personally, made it about my legacy rather than your path. I understood why I told him honestly, and maintaining the cover story was part of my duty, even when it was difficult. Duty, he repeated, the concept resonating deeply with his naval core. At the expense of being known by your own family, Jack, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke again. But things can be different now, right? I mean, we know the basic truth, even if details stay classified. It was the question I'd been considering throughout the evening. Some things can change, I agreed cautiously. You know my actual profession now, my general position, but most of my work will remain classified. There will still be unexplained absences, questions I can't answer. But we'll understand what they mean now, my mother said. As the evening drew to a close, my father did something unprecedented in our relationship. He stood, straightened as if addressing a fellow officer, and extended his hand formally. Colonel Hayes, he said, using my rank for the first time, I believe I owe you an apology and my respect. I took his hand, years of military bearing, preventing the emotion in my throat from showing on my face. Thank you, Captain. It was an imperfect beginning to a new chapter. One where the truth, even partially revealed, created possibility for healing what deception had damaged. As I left my parents' home that night, I carried both the continued weight of necessary secrets and the newfound lightness of being partially known by those who mattered most. 6 months after Jack's seal ceremony, I found myself approaching my parents' home for another family gathering. This time, a 4th of July barbecue that had been a Hayes family tradition for decades. The familiar nervousness that had accompanied these visits for years had transformed into something different. A cautious optimism about family relationships rebuilding on more honest ground. As I walked up the driveway carrying a dish, I'd actually prepared myself. Rather than the usual hastily purchased store contribution, I noticed several of my father's old Navy colleagues gathered around the grill. In previous years, I had avoided these military-heavy gatherings whenever possible, finding the deception particularly difficult among those who spoke my professional language. Today was different. My father spotted me and straightened slightly, Not quite the attention stance of military protocol, but a new recognition that carried its own significance. "Sam's here," he called, using my familiar name but with a new tone. As I approached, he did something unprecedented. He turned to his friends and said, "Gentlemen, my daughter, Colonel Hayes, Air Force Special Operations." The introduction, simple but accurate, represented a seismic shift. The retired officers nodded with the respective men who understood precisely what the rank and division signified, particularly for someone my age. No details were necessary. The basic facts communicated volumes to those who spoke the language of military service. My mother emerged from the house, her greeting warmer than I could remember in years. As she hugged me, she whispered, "I put together a small display. Nothing classified, I promise." Curious, I followed her inside to the study. My father's domain traditionally filled with his naval memorabilia. In one corner, she had created a discreet but meaningful arrangement. My academy graduation photo, the few unclassified commendations I'd been able to share, and a recent formal photograph in uniform following my promotion to brigadier general. "Is this okay?" she asked, uncertainty in her voice. "I wanted to honor your service too, but I wasn't sure about security concerns." I examined the display carefully. "It's perfect," I assured her. "Nothing here reveals operational details." Her relief was evident. "Good. Your father checks it every day, you know. I think he's still wrapping his mind around everything." Returning to the backyard, I found Jack manning the grill alongside our father. My brother's transformation had been perhaps the most straightforward, one military professional recognizing another, with a shared understanding that comes from parallel experiences despite different branches and specializations. "General," he greeted me with a grin and a deliberately informal salute. "Burger or hot dog?" "Both," I replied, falling easily into the sibling banter that had been absent for too long. I had just finished 3 weeks of MREs. "I'm making up for lost time." He nodded, understanding immediately what 3 weeks likely signified without asking questions he knew I couldn't answer. This new shorthand between us, acknowledging the boundaries of classified work without resentment, had become one of the unexpected gifts of the truth. The afternoon progressed with a lightness I hadn't experienced at family gatherings in over a decade. Though many topics remained off-limits, my recent deployment locations, the nature of current operations, the specifics of upcoming assignments, the fundamental truth of who I was, and what I did now formed the foundation of our interactions. My father, always more comfortable with actions than words, found ways to express his changed perspective. He introduced me to his colleagues with unmistakable pride. He referenced my operational insight when discussions turned to current military affairs. And most tellingly, he deferred to my expertise in areas where Air Force operations intersected with naval concerns, a professional respect that meant more than any verbal apology. As evening approached and we gathered for the traditional Hayes family photo, I stood beside Jack, both of us now recognized for our service rather than compared by it. My mother arranged us with the precision of a long-time military spouse. "My children," she said to a neighbor who was taking the photograph, "both serving their country, just in different ways." The simple statement acknowledged the parallel value of our different paths, a recognition that would have seemed impossible a year earlier. Later, as fireworks illuminated the sky, my father joined me at the edge of the yard, where I'd stepped away briefly to check a secure message. "All good?" He asked the question encompassing more than the immediate communication. "Yes," I confirmed, returning the phone to my pocket. "Nothing urgent." He nodded, gazing upward at the patriotic display rather than at me, a military man's approach to emotional conversation. "I've been thinking about what it cost you," he said finally. "Carrying that cover story all these years, bearing our disappointment when you were actually doing my job." I finished when he trailed off. "That's all it was, Dad. The job I was assigned with the parameters required. But the personal cost," he insisted, still watching the fireworks. "Missing the recognition you deserved, even from your family." I considered this, formulating my response with the same care I applied to operational assessments. "There's something freeing about being evaluated solely on your work without external expectations or family legacy influencing perceptions," I offered. "In some ways, starting with a blank slate, let me define my own path." He absorbed this perspective thoughtfully. Still, I regret the judgments we made with incomplete information. That's the nature of intelligence work, I replied with a small smile. Everyone operates with incomplete information. The difference is whether you recognize its incompleteness. This observation, applying professional principles to personal relationships, seemed to resonate with him. A fair assessment, he acknowledged, military precision in his nod. As we rejoined the family gathering, I reflected on the strange journey of the past 6 months. The revelation at Jack's ceremony had not instantly repaired years of misunderstanding, but it had created space for something new to grow. The family that had once seen me as their greatest disappointment was now navigating a recalibrated relationship based on partial truth, the maximum disclosure my position allowed. 2 weeks later, I stood at attention during my promotion ceremony, the stars of a brigadier general being affixed to my uniform. Unlike previous promotions celebrated only among cleared colleagues, this one included 3 seats in the family section occupied by my parents and brother. The technical details of my accomplishments remained classified in the official citation, cloaked in the deliberately vague language of special operations. But the pride in my family's eyes needed no detailed explanation. They understood enough now, not everything, but enough. As the ceremony concluded and I joined my family, my mother embraced me with tears in her eyes. "I always knew you were exceptional," she whispered. "I just didn't know how." My father, ever the naval captain, extended his hand for a formal shake before professional composure gave way to parental pride, and he pulled me into a brief, tight hug. "Well done, General Hayes," he said gruffly. "Well done." The journey from family disappointment to recognized professional had been complicated by necessary secrets and security requirements that would never fully disappear. But standing with my family, accepting congratulations for an achievement they could finally acknowledge, I found peace in being partially known and imperfect, but meaningful visibility after years in the shadows. For anyone who has been misjudged or underestimated, there's a powerful lesson in this experience. Sometimes the truth emerges in unexpected ways, and sometimes the perceptions others hold aren't reflections of reality, but simply products of limited information. The work you create through your work and choices remains valid even when unrecognized, and authenticity, even when necessarily incomplete, creates possibilities for connection that deception cannot. Have you ever been misjudged based on appearances or assumptions, or kept parts of yourself hidden for necessary reasons? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below, and if this journey of family reconciliation and professional recognition resonated with you, please hit that like button and subscribe to hear more stories of resilience and unexpected revelation. Thank you for listening to my story, and remember, sometimes the most powerful truths are the ones we carry quietly within us until the right moment for revelation arrives. Story 7, he labeled me as just the babysitter to his friends, despite our relationship. I replied, "Am I?" Then I cut all ties and left. Taking his kids with me, I was their legal guardian he forgot about. He was frantically calling Child Protective Services. I 28F started dating Mark 32M about 3 years ago. He came as a package deal with 2 amazing kids, Lily 8F and Tom 6M. Their mom passed away when Tom was just a baby, and Mark, to his credit, was doing his best, but he was drowning. I fell for him, and I fell hard for those kids. About 18 months ago, with Mark struggling with work commitments and honestly just being overwhelmed, we had a serious talk. I was already doing most of the childcare, school runs, doctor's appointments, the whole 9 yards. For their stability and frankly for mine if anything ever happened to Mark, we went through the legal process and I became their legal guardian. Mark was all for it at the time, saying it showed my commitment. Funny how things change. Fast forward to last Saturday night. Mark had a few friends over, Kevin and Alex, guys I'd met a handful of times. The kids were asleep. I was in the kitchen making a late snack when I overheard them in the living room. "Kevin, so Chloe's great with the kids, huh? Like a natural. Yeah, well, she's basically just the babysitter, right? A damn good one, keeps them out of my hair. And bonus, she doesn't cost me much." My blood went cold, not just cold like Arctic level frozen. All the school plays I attended alone, the fevers I nursed, the scraped knees I kissed better, the bedtime stories, the parent-teacher conferences Mark couldn't make. All reduced to just the babysitter. I walked in, plate of nachos still in hand. Put them on the coffee table. Am I? I asked, my voice dangerously calm. Mark looked like a deer in headlights. His friends suddenly found the ceiling fascinating. Chloe, babe, what are you talking about? He stammered. The babysitter, I said. The one who doesn't cost you much. Is that what I am to you? His face went from pale to red. You weren't supposed to hear that. It was just guy talk, you know how it is. No, Mark, I said, the calm holding steady. I don't know how it is, but I do know my role here is apparently misunderstood. By you. I went to our bedroom, packed a bag for myself, and then methodically packed bags for Lily and Tom. Clothes, their favorite stuffies, toothbrushes, medications. Mark followed me, his voice getting louder, a mix of panic and anger. What the hell are you doing, Chloe? Are you crazy? You can't just take my kids. I zipped up Tom's little dinosaur backpack. Actually, Mark, I can. Remember that piece of paper we both signed? The one that makes me their legal guardian? The one you seem to have conveniently forgotten about? His jaw dropped. For a blissful second he was speechless. Then the sputtering started. That was a formality for emergencies. You can't be serious. Deadly serious, I replied, picking up the bags. I woke the kids gently, told them we were going on a little adventure, and ushered them out to my car. Mark was shouting now, standing on the porch in his socks. I'm calling the cops. I'm calling CPS. You're kidnapping them. You do that, Mark, I said, buckling Tom into his car seat. Explain to them how their legal guardian, who you just called a cheap babysitter, is taking them to a safe place. I'm sure that'll go over well. And then I drove away. His frantic yells were the last thing I heard. It's been about 6 hours. My phone has blown up with calls and texts from him. Then from his sister, Brenda, I haven't answered. The kids are asleep in the spare room at my friend Sarah's place. They were confused but handled it like champs. Me, I'm running on adrenaline and a weird, icy resolve. He didn't just insult me. He dismissed everything I am to those children, everything I've done. He thought I was just the babysitter. He's about to find out how wrong he was. Update, okay, it's been about 72 hours since the babysitter comment blew up our lives. Sarah's been a rock star, letting me and the kids crash. Lily and Tom are a bit unsettled, asking for Mark, which stabs me in the heart a little. But I'm keeping things as normal and calm for them as possible. Park visits, their usual snacks, thank God for goldfish crackers, movie nights. Mark's messages went from furious, "You can't do this, Chloe," to vaguely threatening, "My lawyer will eat you alive," to pathetically pleading, "I miss my kids, let's just talk." Sprinkled in between were calls from his sister, Brenda, 40s F, who I've always found a bit much. Brenda's voicemails were classic. "Chloe, this is insane. You're tearing this family apart over a stupid comment. Mark loves you. You need to bring those children home right now. Think about them. The entitlement is genuinely astounding. I'm tearing the family apart. After he reduced my entire existence in their lives to a hired hand he happened to sleep with, the nerve." Then yesterday the CPS call happened. Sarah was at work, kids were drawing at the kitchen table. 2 caseworkers, a man and a woman, polite but firm. They said they'd received a report of child endangerment and potential abduction. My heart hammered, not gonna lie, even though I knew I was in the right. I calmly invited them in, offered them coffee, and laid out the entire situation. The relationship, my role, and the notarized, court-filed legal guardianship papers. I showed them the kids' room Sarah set up, their clothes, food in the fridge, even their school enrollment forms which list me as primary guardian. The caseworkers were thorough. They spoke to Lily and Tom privately for a bit, which made me anxious, but I knew it was standard. After about an hour, they came back and said everything seemed perfectly in order. The kids were clearly well cared for, happy, and in the custody of their legal guardian. They even noted Mark's frantic and somewhat aggressive demeanor on the phone when he made the report. Ouch. Before they left, one of them gave me a card and said, "Miss Evans, based on what we've seen in the documentation, Mr. Mark's last name calling us seems to have been a misuse of resources. If he continues to harass you, you might want to document that. Talk about a backfire. Mark didn't just fail to get me in trouble, he put himself on their radar." Mark called about an hour after they left. His tone was different, still angry but with an undercurrent of panic. CPS came to my house too, Chloe. They're asking me questions now. What did you tell them? The truth, Mark, I said, still keeping that icy calm. The same truth I'm going to tell anyone who asks. The truth you seem to have forgotten. I am their legal guardian. You called me a babysitter. Actions have consequences. This is because I didn't want to put a ring on it fast enough, isn't it? He suddenly spat out, lol, what? Marriage hadn't even been a major topic. No, Mark. This is because you disrespected me, dismissed me, and fundamentally misunderstood my place in your and our children's lives. This is because you thought you could have all the benefits of a partner and a mother for your kids without giving any of the actual respect or security in return. He started yelling again, something about me being vindictive. I just said, I have to go, Mark. The kids need dinner, and I hung up. The silence on the other end before the line went dead was telling. He's not getting it. He's still seeing this as my overreaction, not his massive screw-up. Brenda texted me a novel about how I'm emotionally unstable and poisoning the children. Deleted. Blocked her number for now. This is far from over. But if he thought a call to CPS would scare me back into line, he really doesn't know who he was dealing with. Update. It's been another week and a half. We're still at Sarah's, but I've started looking for a small apartment for me and the kids. They've settled into a routine here, and Lily even made a friend with the little girl next door. Small wins. Mark's strategy has shifted. Since CPS backfired spectacularly, I heard through a mutual acquaintance that they did a follow-up welfare check on him and his empty kidless house, which must have been a joy. He's now trying the court of public opinion, or at least our small corner of it. His friend, Kevin, the one who was there for the babysitter comment, posted some vague BS on social media about some people being crazy and manipulative and how fathers have rights. It was clearly aimed at me. A few of Mark's relatives chimed in with sympathetic noises. It stung, mostly because it's so wildly inaccurate. Then Brenda, Mark's sister, somehow got my new temporary phone number, probably from Mark, and decided to try a new tactic. Ambush. She showed up at Sarah's house unannounced while Sarah was out getting groceries. I saw her car pull up through the window. Chloe, we need to talk. This has gone on long enough. She yelled from the driveway. I just locked the door and told the kids we were having an indoor picnic in my room. I wasn't about to let her upset them. She banged on the door for a good 5 minutes, shouting about how I was being cruel and unreasonable. Eventually, she left, but not before leaving a nasty note tucked into the door handle calling me a vindictive gold digger. Which is hilarious because Mark isn't exactly rolling in it and I have my own career. The most fun part, Mark tried to get clever. He canceled the family mobile plan, which was in his name, but I paid my share and the kids' lines to him every month. Suddenly, my phone service was cut. Minor inconvenience, easily fixed by getting a new plan under my own name, but it showed his pettiness. He also tried to change the kids' school contact details online to remove me as a primary contact. The school admin, thankfully, knows me well and called me to verify as I'm listed as legal guardian on all their paperwork. Nice try, buddy, I muttered when I hung up. This escalation, the attempted smear campaign, the petty annoyances, it just solidified my resolve. I'm not dealing with a rational person who made a mistake. I'm dealing with an entitled man-child who can't stand that he lost control. So I did what any calm, collected, and slightly pissed-off person would do. I hired a lawyer, a good one, specializes in family law and guardianship. I laid out everything. The guardianship papers, Mark's comments, his subsequent actions, Brenda's harassment, the CPS report, which my lawyer found very interesting, especially their notes on Mark. My lawyer, Miss Albright, is a shark in a sensible pantsuit. She drafted a crisp cease and desist letter to Brenda regarding the harassment. For Mark, it's a bit more complex. She advised that since I'm the legal guardian, if Mark wants formal visitation, he'll have to petition the court. And given his recent behavior, the false CPS report, the attempts to undermine my role, he's not exactly starting from a position of strength. He essentially handed you all the cards, Chloe, Miss Albright said, a small smile playing on her lips. His comment wasn't just an insult. It was an admission of his own perceived limited role. And his actions since have only confirmed he doesn't prioritize the children's stability over his own ego. There was a brief moment of vulnerability when I was talking to her, a little crack in the icy calm. I did love him. I whispered mostly to myself, and I never wanted this for Lily and Tom. Miss Albright nodded. I know, dear, but he chose this path. Now we make sure the kids are protected and your rights as their guardian are unequivocally upheld. It felt good to have a professional on my side. Mark wants a fight. He's about to get one. Just not the screaming, dramatic kind he seems to prefer. This one will be quiet, methodical, and entirely by the book. His book of Just the Babysitter is about to get a very unwelcome epilogue written in Legal S Update. It's been 3 months. 3 months of legal wrangling, emotional ups and downs, and slowly, surely building a new life for myself and the kids. And folks, the consequences for Mark, they've been significant. Mark, bless his cotton socks, actually tried to take me to court to strip my guardianship and get full custody. His argument, presented by a rather sweaty and out-of-his-depth lawyer, was that I emotionally manipulated him into the guardianship and then absconded with the children after a minor disagreement. Miss Albright was magnificent. She presented the timeline, Mark's babysitter comment, which Kevin, under oath in a deposition, had to awkwardly admit he heard Mark say, though he tried to downplay it as locker room talk, kinda. The false CPS report, the official report, was submitted as evidence, noting Mark's agitation, his attempts to remove me from school records, canceling the phone plan, the whole sorry saga. She painted a picture of a man who saw me as a convenience until that convenience asserted her legal rights. The judge was, shall we say, unimpressed with Mark, especially when Mark, during his own testimony, kept referring to me as overly emotional and insisted the guardianship was just a piece of paper he didn't really read. Big yikes. The outcome? My legal guardianship was reaffirmed. Strong, Mark was granted supervised visitation twice a week at a designated contact center to begin with. He has to pay for the supervision. He also has to attend a co-parenting course, which is ironic as he barely parented. The judge specifically stated that his actions demonstrated a profound lack of judgment and a disregard for the children's stability and my legal standing. The look on Mark's face when the judgment came down? Priceless. It wasn't anger anymore. It was the dawning horror of realization. He'd catastrophically fumbled. Brenda got her cease and desist. After a few more angry texts to a now disconnected number I used for her, she went quiet. I heard she complained to other family members that I was cold and unforgiving. Shurchin, Kevin, after his deposition, looks like he's seen a ghost whenever he accidentally bumps into a mutual acquaintance who knows the story. His attempt to defend Mark made him look like a fool. The revenge, if you want to call it that, wasn't some dramatic explosion. It was watching Mark have to confront the real world, legal and financial consequences of his own arrogance and disrespect. He wanted to treat me like staff. Well, now he has to formally request time with his own children through me, their legally recognized guardian and under court order. He has to actually put in the work, the supervised visits, the courses, no more fobbing them off on the babysitter. He wanted to save a buck on child care. His legal fees, the supervised visitation costs, and the hit to his ego are costing him far more. There was no dramatic apology from him, no sudden epiphany. Entitled people rarely have those. He's just deflated, forced to comply. As for me and the kids, we have our own little 2-bedroom apartment now. It's cozy. Lily and Tom are thriving. They see Mark at the visitation center. Tom mostly plays with the toys there. Lily sometimes looks a bit sad, but she's a resilient kid. They know they're safe and loved with me. It's not a fairy tale ending where everyone learns a lesson and hugs it out. It's a real-life ending. I lost a relationship that I once cherished, but I gained self-respect and peace of mind. There are still tough days. Sometimes late at night, I feel a pang of sadness for the family I thought we were building. But then I look at Lily's drawing taped to the fridge or hear Tom giggling in his sleep, and I know I did the right thing. I'm not just the babysitter. I'm their mom in every way that counts. And he's learning the hard way what that truly means. He wanted to play stupid games. He won stupid prizes. And honestly, watching him have to deal with the direct, legally binding fallout of his own words and actions. Yeah, that's a kind of justice that feels pretty damn satisfying. He truly deserves every bit of the mess he's in. He can sit there in his supervised visits and remember who really holds the cards now. Good riddance, Mark. The kids and I are moving on. Story 8. My parents canceled my 18th birthday to please my entitled sister, so I moved out with Grandpa, who then cut them off financially for good. Hello, I recently turned 18 a few days ago, but sadly, my bratty elder sister insisted on my party being canceled at the last minute, hence my parents canceled it. I was very glad she wasn't even meant to be here for the celebration. But it's just my luck that strong Midwest storms caused all of the planes to be canceled on the day she was scheduled to depart. 3 days before my birthday, she was meant to go to NYC with a group of pals, but for now, they have had to postpone the trip. She has been rather offended over it, hence my parents have been walking on eggshells around her since they truly want to avoid aggravating her. She is the golden child of our family, hence they wouldn't dare, really. So much so that she insisted my birthday be canceled early on as, in her words, if she doesn't get to have fun, neither will I naturally. My parents sent the message to every single individual who had been invited without second thought. Much later in the evening, while I was eagerly waiting for all the visitors to arrive, but none were showing up, I discovered. When I asked my parents at last why none had shown up even by 7 p.m., they informed me they had called off the celebration without even asking me. They claimed my sister was somewhat disturbed and felt it would be inappropriate to throw a party while she was in this state. At that point, I lost all control and began yelling at my folks. It seemed simply to be unfair. My sister had always received different treatment from my parents, who expected me to sacrifice all my life and meet her every demand more than my own. And I always had as well. This was, however, going much too far. My sister was complaining about a trip that was canceled for legitimate reasons outside of anyone's control. Hence my parents had promised to plan my 18th birthday party, invited all of my friends and family so we could have a large birthday celebration, and now they had canceled it without even notifying me. To exacerbate things, my parents had subtly informed every visitor that I had suddenly gotten ill, so I called off the party. Declaring I had a migraine and that using my phone was the last thing I needed, they asked that no one text me about it. Nobody texted me, hence I had no idea what was going on until the very last minute. I started fighting with my parents right away when they informed me what had transpired. Extremely offended as it wasn't my place to back down, I was yelling at them. Even then, their main worries were my being too noisy since they worried my sister would wake up from her nap. I kept yelling till my sister arrived downstairs, not giving a damn about that. Starting to defend our parents, she said they had done nothing illegal. She said that, as it would be cruel, she was the one who objected to everyone celebrating or partying while she was so distraught. She even said that I was the most entitled and spoiled person if I couldn't see that. Her utter arrogance following what she had done infuriated me to the point of me mindlessly starting to curse her. Things became physical as I grabbed her hair and tried to shake her. Our parents had to split us apart, and in the turmoil we missed the doorbell ringing. My parents opened the door to discover my grandfather waiting there after we at last stopped battling. Everyone in the family, including my parents, regards my paternal grandfather as a truly formidable force. Not great news for them was having him at the door. He began questioning why there was so much yelling and cursing as soon as he walked inside. Probably since I had been the loudest, he turned to me for responses. Usually, since it seemed petty, I wouldn't share with people the way my parents treated me, but I told my grandpa everything since this time I had nothing to lose. I told them I was unhappy with my parents and sister, and that hiding the truth would not help them treat me any better, hence I saw no use in doing so anymore. It was time to stand up, and I did. I also told him that I had dealt with my sister every day for the past 18 years, hence the bias toward her was not a one-time occurrence. But this episode was the last straw. I could not stand it anymore. My grandfather's expression was clearly shocked as soon as I spoke. He erupted at my father within seconds and started chastising him. It was then that I learned a lot of hitherto unknown facts. For the previous few years, My grandpa revealed he had been giving money to my parents every month since they had been trying to keep their business open and maintain the family. Basically, it was my grandfather who had been helping us all along, even covering the cost of the party my parents were ready to claim credit for. My grandfather chastised my parents for disappointing him with such treatment of me. From my conduct, he added, it was obvious that their devotion for my sister traumatized me. While my sister, being as stupid as ever, tried to argue with him, my parents silently let him talk. She said that her primary reason for requesting a cancellation of the party was her devastation at having her trip to New York, which she had been looking forward to for months, canceled indefinitely. She said it was merciless of me to throw a celebration while she was in pain, but my grandfather did not have time for her lies. She was the perfect example of entitlement, he reminded her, canceling my 18th birthday celebration only to suit her emotions. He told her the world did not revolve around her, and I believe it must have news value for her. My sister's argument with my grandfather infuriated him even more, and finally he informed my parents he would no longer be helping them. They were on their own now. Then he advised me to get ready and accompany him should I wish to move away, as obviously my parents only gave my sister top priority. The only thing my parents were offended about, even when my grandfather said this, was losing his financial backing. I was about to accept his offer, but they didn't seem to care that he volunteered to let me live with him. This merely confirmed what my grandfather said: they gave no damn about me. I thus wasted not a moment. While my parents tried to haggle and fight with my grandpa to keep his support, I walked upstairs. I hurriedly packed my belongings, then headed downstairs with my grandfather, who barely turned around one final time. He apologized to me for everything I had gone through as we were driving to his house. He remarked he ought to have done this long ago. Though I'm not sure exactly what that implies, I'm just rather happy to be living with him right now. My parents are the only ones dissatisfied with this arrangement, clearly. They have been assiduously attempting to reach me. Although I have not blocked them yet, I have not been answering their calls or messages either. Still, I have been reading their books. My parents continue to text me, apologize, and claim they lacked thoughtfulness. Since my sister was more delicate and her emotions were more fragile, they acknowledge they always put her first. They now regret it as they never understood they were ignoring me in doing this. They worked very hard to give the impression that they were ignoring me simply because they felt I was strong enough to manage it. To be honest, though, my sister is practically 5 years older than I am, and if anything, she ought to have been the one capable of sharing with our parents. I bought no single word from what my parents said. I understood they were just acting this way since Grandpa wanted me to return and enable him to keep supporting them. From them, all I wanted was one sincere apologies, yet it never came. It really began to irritate me. So this morning I told my father to stop texting me. I replied I didn't need their false apologies. I knew they were merely doing this to maintain Grandpa's support. I had finished working with them. When they canceled my birthday celebration without even asking me, they had told me just where their priorities lay. That was the straw shattering the camel's back. Today I was never returning. My dad responded instead of apologizing, saying he and my mother had mistreated me, but he was ready to set things right and do anything necessary. I seized the chance to explain to them that I would only agree to come back and discuss helping them if, and only if, my sister would no longer be living with us when I returned. They made a mistake by stating they were willing to do anything. She is 23 and has been working for the past 2 years. By now, she should have accumulated enough money to move out. I thus don't even consider myself to be being so unfair, but my parents see me to be callous and silly. Now Ada for informing my parents that should my sister move out, I will only be back in with them. You know, that kind of thing, my parents had always given her first attention. These little items added up even if they were trivial. Sadly, I never considered it sufficient enough to discuss with my relatives. Even if I had, I doubt it would have been justification for anybody wishing to have me taken away or offered to move out from. I simply remained quiet about it since else it would have infuriated my parents even more. Regarding my grandfather, I mentioned he is a force to be reckoned with since practically every member of the family loves and respects him. He had won numerous challenging cases and was among the greatest attorneys back in his day. Not to mention quite rich, he leads a very disciplined life and is quite morally pure. Clearly then, everyone in the family looks up to him. I could have told him how my parents were treating me if I had wanted to, but up until last year he was rather busy seeing my grandmother, who was nearing death. He was busy, and I wanted not to disturb him with my little grievances while he was already handling so much. He was grieving when my grandma went away, so I didn't believe it was worth mentioning. I am quite appreciative now that he is willing to assist me. Our connection has always been good, hence it is not shocking that he has volunteered to let me live with him until I start college. He has even informed me he will cover all of my college costs until I'm working. First update. Hello, hence I have decided to keep to the condition I proposed for my parents. Obviously, even if they kick my sister out, I have no intention of returning to live with them. I merely want to find out whether they really do it. That will reveal whether they really want me back or whether they believe my sister is more valuable than the financial support of my grandfather. I haven't told him anything about this, but to be fair, I recently learned of other things he had been hiding from me. I therefore believe it to be fair enough. I'm talking about the fact that my grandpa knew my parents didn't truly want me all along, but he had never taken anything about it. Actually, even if my sister lacked any traits that would justify her partial behavior, I never even knew exactly why my parents favored her. My grandfather recently told me that originally, my parents had just intended for one child. 5 years following my sister's birth, though, my mother became pregnant with me. Although they intended to end the pregnancy, my dad made a mistake by alerting the parents of my mother about it. My mother's grandparents insisted that it would be inappropriate to turn away that gift should my parents be blessed with another child. They thus persuaded my parents to maintain the pregnancy. Sadly, while my mother was 8 months pregnant, my maternal grandparents were in a horrible vehicle accident. Both died from their wounds following several weeks of struggling for their lives. My mom was clearly heartbroken. During her pregnancy, she experienced a rather mental break whereby she began accusing me of bringing ill luck into her life. She spent a few weeks institutionalized, and when she returned she was quite improved. Still, my parents secretly felt bad about letting the pregnancy get this far. After I was born, they had every intention of having me adopted. But this time, my paternal grandparents intervened. They forbade my parents from putting me up for adoption and told them they were crazy. Though they were reluctant, my parents raised me. When I challenged my grandfather about the comment he made when he took me back home, he told me all of this. Now I see what he meant when he said he ought to have done this long ago. I agree, he ought absolutely to have. In any case, I know I will never go back to my parents since I now know the truth about the reason they treated me differently. My present treatment of them is absolutely justified. For years, they punished me for something not under my control. At least I'm better than them since I'm punishing them for truly their fault. Though I still find my grandpa frustrating for not being honest sooner, I know these things are difficult to discuss, especially to a young child. Right now, he is the only person I can rely on. Thus I try not to get too enraged with him. But I felt bad about it when I spotted my sister waiting outside today following school. I so requested one of my male buddies to accompany me home. Being a football player, he is rather on the larger side, and I knew that if my sister did anything, he would be there to assist. We have been friends for a really long time, and I totally trust him. He is know-all, even specifics about my family. He agreed to stroll me back home. It was really starting to creep me out as my sister trailed silently. Halfway home, I turned around to challenge her on what she was trying to do. She said she wouldn't want to chat in front of a stranger, but I told her I hardly wanted to chat with her at all. She then began telling me that my behavior has been the reason our parents have been really anxious and unhappy. She said yesterday that unless she was forced out of the house, our parents had at last warned her that I wouldn't come back home or even speak to my grandfather about helping them again. She thought I was being somewhat unjust, thus she came here to challenge me about it. I told her if I can't be happy, neither can you, thinking it ludicrous of her to believe I would dignify this with a conversation. She used exactly the same reasoning to have my party called off, thus I reason it should also apply to her. She started yelling at me, calling me a vile human being when I turned around to head home. I merely kept walking with my friend and turned her off. I never bothered to reply or look around. I suppose turning her off was what truly infuriated her, as shortly afterward, she attacked me and I was on the ground. I could feel her weight on my back as well as my own from my rucksack. Fortunately, my friend physically had my back since I sensed her being hauled off me in seconds. My companion was supporting her with one arm, hardly breaking a sweat as I at last got back on my feet and dusted myself. Knowing my sister's aggressive nature, I suppose I was right to have him walk me home. Her even belief she could attack me and get away with it infuriated me. I thus approached her, gave her a strong slap, and warned her that I would call the cops should she attempt anything humorous once more. I knew our beloved parents would not value any more drama, with all the turmoil she had already caused. She still had the arrogance to try and fight with me, but following that slap my friend and I turned away and she stopped following me. I told Grandpa all about it when I returned home. He was about to contact the police, but I told him it was not worth it. She was just a loser, and I knew she had learned her lesson. Besides, she was definitely already in a dangerous posture with our parents. When I eventually told my grandpa about the state I had created for my parents, I expected he would be offended, but instead he laughed alongside me. He felt it was clever and believed my parents deserved to be let run wild. That was that then. Though I'm a little hurt from being thrown to the ground, I feel good knowing I finally gave my sister some sense. She really deserved it, and it was a long time coming. I now simply hope my sister and parents leave me alone after learning this. Update 3. Hey, I moved out practically a month ago. I will only be staying with my grandpa for a few more months as September marks my beginning of college. Officially, school has ended right now. I graduated from high school a few days ago. The football player friend I described in my last report was my prom date. Indeed, several of you folks called it, and I wanted to share this joyful little nugget before delving into what transpired with my sister and parents. 2 days following my confrontation with my sister, I got a note from my parents. They claimed to have figured out their desired line of action. As I had always been envious and spiteful, they chose to let my sister stay with them since, in their eyes, I was obviously not the kind of person they wanted around her. My mother's older brother had chosen to be a partner and investor in the company, hence they no longer needed financial support and no longer wanted me around. They acknowledged the only reason they wanted me back was because they needed money help from my grandfather. Although I had known their actual motivations from the start, this disclosure had little effect on me. I'm really sure they believed this would damage my emotions. I neglected even responding to the message. They wrote me another message a few hours later, stating they were going to block me immediately because I was a disgusting human being, just like my sister had claimed. I guess this reality got under their skin. They tagged me as violent and unappreciative, in addition to calling me terrible and merciless. Obviously violent since I had smacked my sister the other day, and it was not surprising that they disregarded the truth that she had initially attacked and pushed me to the ground. Better still, my sister must not have told them, hence they most likely did not know. They also branded me unappreciative since, despite all they had done for me, I still had the audacity to act as though they were negligent parents. They discussed how they had raised me, spent money on food, sent me to school, and clothed me. When parents bring up things like that while in a difficult situation, I truly find it perplexing. It doesn't make them unique. I consider it to be rather the minimum they could do for their children. But I suppose my parents believe the basic minimum is more than enough, hence I should treat them like my saviors for doing it. In any case, I wanted to reply but opted against it since it would waste time. I therefore blocked them first, and I was done before they could block me. My grandpa and I are living really nicely, and thus far most of the colleges I applied to have welcomed me. As promised, my grandpa will pay all of my costs. I am still waiting to hear from some of the better ones. We are still getting used to living together, and I do find myself feeling enraged at him sometimes for not removing me from my parents earlier. I am aware, though, that he had personal limitations and regrets not being able to support me when most needed. These days, we are working on it together. I never have to cope with my parents on my own evermore. Hopefully they won't contact me either going forward. Update 4. Hi. I last updated 1 full year ago. I much appreciate the wonderful remarks and helpful DMs. Right now I am doing fantastic. My entire family, from what I know, has cut off my sister and dad. Although my mum's side of the family is still in contact with them, nobody from my dad's side speaks to them anymore because of my grandpa. Since I never discussed it, most people had no idea how I was being handled. However, as my grandfather began to tell others he was not in contact with my parents, they discovered the reason we experienced that fallout and my parents were ultimately shunned. It's karma, I suppose. I don't think anyone else could have caused this state of affairs except themselves. Although I don't know what my sister has been up to, I heard from a few people that she moved out and is now living alone last week. To be honest, that news motivated me to update all of you here. I'm still going strong, as is my boyfriend. We get together on the weekends since I head home every weekend. My college is really near. I truly feel like a brand new person even though I have made many acquaintances here. Now closer than ever, my grandfather and I have also worked on our relationship. I doubt anything can ever change. He is my favorite person on earth. Though in the past he has made blunders, nevertheless, nobody else has. We have moved on from everything and I have forgiven him. Indeed, right now I am really content. I appreciate you folks.